presented by Fields Auto Group.
Giants win it.
Well, the Cubs offense struggled again on Sunday night. They managed just 3 hits in a 1-0 loss to Madison Bumgarner and the Giants. Tonight, they try to get back on track, begin a 3-game series in St. Louis. First pitch comes your way at 7:15 right here on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. Hello, welcome into Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group with Todd Hollinsworth. I'm David Kaplan. All right, Holly, Cubs offense last night struggled. They've lost 7 of their last 11 ball games. It's time for Jed and Theo to scrap the plan and begin again, right?
You're two runs away in yesterday's ball game from taking 2 of 3 against the hottest team in the National League right now, the San Francisco Giants. 2 runs. I mean, it was a 1-0 ball game. Yeah, the offense is going through some things right now. I'll say this, right off the top, they're getting pitched to. That's the one thing that you pick up on going back to the Brewers series. You're seeing curveballs, you're seeing changeups, you're seeing an assortment of pitches. There's not been a whole lot of patterns. You watched last night, Madison Bumgarner on his game. Again, we've talked about this all season long. That bullseye that this Cubs team is playing with on its back, teams are going to get up for them. And right now, they're getting pitched to.
All right, let's take a look at some of the offensive numbers over the last 11 games. When the Cubs have gone 4-7, they're hitting just .219 and averaging 3.64 runs per game. If you look at their last 7 contests in which they've won only 2, they're hitting just $197 and have a slugging percentage of just .343. Not good.
No, it's not good. It's collective. And, again, they're getting pitched to and some struggles that are going on. It's some struggles from some players that have extended to this. I mean, Addison Russell, you look at the numbers, he's 1 for his last 20 with 12 strikeouts. Anthony Rizzo, 1 for his last 22. Javi Baez, 1 for his last 15. Now, let me say this, young hitters, again, sometimes you get into that rut and you'll try to hit your way out of it. And that's, this has been a very, very disciplined offense for the most part up until this really bad stretch. What you've seen, again, the ability to make pitches inside the strike zone as you're watching right now and then expand that strike zone. And I'm going to go ahead and throw in a little bit of, some of the balls that have been hit on the screws. And I even referenced yesterday's ball game. How many outstanding defensive plays did we watch the San Francisco Giants make in the game yesterday? So, again, yeah, teams are going to go through this. If you thought that the Cubs offense was going to roll from game number 1 through game 162, you're kidding yourself. Every team, every offense goes through it at some point, and the Cubs happen to be going through it right now. They're going to have to dig deep. But here's the encouraging note. The pitching has been absolutely outstanding for the most part. They've given themselves an opportunity and a chance to win every game. Think about yesterday. As I said, you had a chance to take 2 or 3 in San Francisco against the hottest team in the National League with Madison Bumgarner on the mound, and you were only a couple runs away from maybe pulling that ball game out.
All right, lack of offense hurt last night's starter Kyle Hendricks, whose only mistake was giving up an RBI double. He left the pitch up to opposing pitcher Madison Bumgarner, who's a very good hitter. Kyle allowed just 1 run, 3 hits in 5 1/3, taking the loss. Still, his season ERA 3.30. He's proven to be the best Cub to wear number 28 since at least 2004.
Well, look at the heads, man. I'm telling you, these guys are I'm busy watching the hacks right now and the frustration. The changing of speeds, that was a big out right there. There was a runner on third base. Outstanding pitch on Denard Span's hands right there. So, again, you saw frustrating at-bats other than the Madison Bumgarner one where, again, he was bunting earlier in the count. He got to 2 strikes, and he left the pitch up in the zone. Madison Bumgarner, one of the better offensive hitting pitchers, and 5 home runs last year. I think he hit 246 last season. So, again, a guy that you have to pay attention to. It was a mistake to a pitcher who can hit.
Who wore 28 in 2004 and 5?
I did. Did a nice job wearing it, too.
Yes, you did. Time for the ATI Physical Therapy Injury Report. Newly signed reliever Joe Nathan remains on the 60-day DL as he winds his way back to Tommy John surgery. Meanwhile, right fielder Jason Hayward, day-to-day with a contusion near his right hip and right rib, suffered making a spectacular catch Friday night in San Francisco. Holly, there were some on Twitter saying Hayward should not have gone all out for a ball like that. That's not something that's possible by winning players, is it?
Absolutely not. Let's just put this to bed right now. Jason Hayward plays in 1 speed and 1 gear, and we all did. I mean, again, Cappy, you and I were talking about this a little bit today. I mean, we've had the conversation about Bryce Harper and what his game is and what his game's supposed to be. There was a point earlier in his career where the Nationals asked him to be a little bit more cautious in how he aggressively went after baseballs. That's a deliberate thought. It's something that he builds into his game. Jason Hayward's game is, if that ball is going to stay in the yard, I'm going to do everything in my ability to catch it. I thought very much the same way. I played the very same way. Now, I hurt myself and certainly missed some time for it. But people need to understand from point A to point B, there's no let up. There's not the thought process, this one's getting away from me. Maybe I'll pull up on the warning track and play it safe. No, when you leave, when you make your break, it's 100% effort in full pursuit of the baseball. The only thing that you're reading and tracking is the ball in the air and where you believe it's going to come down and what you're going to do to not only make the catch, but then at the last second, hopefully protect yourself just a little bit. And maybe this could have been worse. Let's just hope that he comes back and he looks like the Jason Hayward that we know. But an incredible catch. You can't take that out of a baseball player unless it's a deliberate thought that a player would have before even entering a baseball game. This is who I am. This is what I'm ultimately going to be. But Jason Hayward's not that player.
All right, Cubs now try to turn things around this evening down in St. Louis. For more, third member of our team, as always, is Kelly Crow with our Coors Light Game Report.
Well, Cap, we had a chance to talk to Jason Hayward this afternoon. A nice little pep in his step. I think he's looking forward to being back here, of course, in St. Louis, but it would be a lot more fun if he were playing in this game tonight. And, of course, he's 2 days into that 3 to 5 day timeline following Saturday night's injury, of course, on that spectacular diving grab. But he said if it were up to him, he'd be going tonight. In fact, he would have been going in St. Louis, but he is making progress. If there's any blessing in disguise with this, he says it's given him a little bit more time to rest that wrist that, of course, is still bothering him just a little bit. But here is what he's been working on and where his mindset is as of this afternoon after going through a little bit of BP.
We've been doing everything like the last 3 days. Trainers have like dug in there pretty well and like made me do a lot of things range of motion wise, activated, push through some soreness and stiffness.
Have you always been all out or nothing? Is that the way you played that?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm gonna play it smart. That for me, going into the play, like I knew I was gonna be able to make the catch without hitting the wall. At the same time, if I knew I was gonna hit the wall, then I would have just pulled up and just tried to play it off the wall. But the slide took me into the wall, so that's kind of what it was. I knew I had enough room to make the play and not be on it.
It'll be Chris Bryant in right field tonight. Of course, despite losing 7 of their last 11, Cubs still roll into St. Louis tonight with the best record in the majors, a 7-game lead over the division rival Cardinals. Nonetheless, Madden and company would, of course, love to see the bats heat up against Wainwright this evening, considering they have just averaged 2.7 runs a game in their last 7 contests and are just 6 for 45 with runners in scoring position.
Been through this before where, you go through a bad moment. Okay, what's going on? How we pitching? What's our defense look like? We're making mistakes on the bases. Probably a lot of times it comes down to you're not hitting like you had, and sometimes it just comes down to that you're not hitting with any luck for a bit, and that happens. So for me right now, we're playing a good game of baseball in all areas. We're just not getting the hit when we need it, which I know we will.
We need these things. We need the struggles and the close games, and they're just each environment and each situation is making us better for what our ultimate goal is, and that's the postseason.
David Ross getting the night off tonight. Miguel Montero will be behind the plate, but a quick turnaround for a team that landed at about 4:30 this morning. So we'll see what they can muster up with John Lackey on the hill, of course, opposing Adam Wainwright this evening. Guys, let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Now let's take a look at today's pitching matchup. Brought to you by Bona, the original Italian beef. We've got Lackey and Wainwright. They were staff mates, Holly, a year ago. You look at the number of starts, you look at the numbers. Adam Wainwright has struggled, although in his last start, I believe against Colorado, he was better.
Yeah, better. Coming off the best start of his season, there's no doubt about it. Those numbers, 4-3 with a 5.92 ERA. He's been hit both sides of the plate. We're going to see if the new Adam Wainwright, by definition, has his game tonight. Now, Lackey, that's a completely different story. May, absolutely awesome. 4 starts, 1-1, 186 ERA. He has been locked in. How about this, people? He's got a whip, .98, Cappy. I know that's one of your favorite stats, so I thought I'd throw that in the pregame show.
Stat.
Last start, outstanding against the Brewers. Solid 6 innings, an earned run. Let's not forget he's already started against the St. Louis Cardinals way back in April. Matter of fact, April 18th, and outstanding. Probably his best of the season, 11 strikeouts. So he loves to pitch in St. Louis, has always pitched well in St. Louis. It's actually why he's a Cub now, because we got to watch it all last year. But I expect John to be on his game tonight. Let's think about the situation. We know that this team got in late. He knows that this offense has been struggling. This is where a bulldog mentality kind of steps into a big game like this and tries to get his team off and running. This is going to be about him going up and putting up goose eggs. He's not about keeping his team in the game. He wants to go out there and have shutdown innings. It's a good St. Louis offense. Their story has changed a little bit this year, so he knows what's going on with his team. And if he's reading his team, you're going to see a great one from him tonight.
All right, we mentioned Wainwright's ERA this season, but he has good history against the Chicago Cubs. Entering tonight's game on a 23-inning scoreless streak against the Northsiders. Last year, of course, he dealt with the Achilles injury, Holly. Then he pitched out of the bullpen in the playoffs. I just don't know if he's all the way back yet, but he certainly looked better than the last time. Well,
it's very interesting. We'll see what it means. Again, there's been so much discussion about Adam Wainwright with the St. Louis Cardinals. I mean, as I just said, the story really has changed. The St. Louis Cardinals have been incredibly offensive this year. Now, they're 2 games over 500. It has not been about their starting pitching, their great bullpen. I mean, they've had their moments, but they've also had their issues, and one of the issues is Adam Wainwright. So I'm curious. He's made some adjustments. We're going to see what he's all about. This isn't high velocity from Adam Wainwright. He's had a very inconsistent big curveball as well. The Cubs are a little bit down. It's like if we would have seen Adam Wainwright early in April, I have a feeling it would have been a really favorable game for the Chicago Cubs. But it's interesting to see where he's at right now and where this Cubs offense is at, because they're struggling just a little bit as well.
All right, let's look at the Cubs lineup that Wainwright will face today, brought to you by Wrigleyville Sports. Joe Madden trots this lineup card out to home plate. Fowler leads off at center. Chris Bryant's in the 2-hole tonight in right. Ben Zobrist up to the 3-hole at second. Rizzo, the cleanup hitter, at first. Soler in left. Montero's catching. Baez at third. Russell at short. And John Lackey gets the start for the Cubs. Anthony Rizzo continues to struggle. Just 1 for 25 with 3 walks his last 7 ball games.
Yeah, he's searching for just a little bit. Again, he's getting pitched to. He's getting some tough pitches hitting at the same time. We've talked about this, Anthony. You know, the way his personality plays out. He's trying to hit just a little bit. You've watched him expand the strike zone, and there's been some tough matchups in there for him. Anthony's going to find his stroke. He's lived through this before, and maybe tonight's the night, and here's why. He's got good numbers against Wainwright. He's the one guy that really does stand out in the Cubs lineup. 9 for 32, does have a homer against him, so he's hit well against them before in the past. We'll see if that doesn't help him out. But again, you've seen a little over-aggressiveness early in counts. I'm going to be real curious to see what Anthony does in tonight's ball game, if he's trying to be a little bit more selective or patient. Wainwright's had some command issues. We'll see where he goes with this. But I think it's a very, very interesting matchup, again, because he's got good history, yet he's been struggling. But, you know, on the whole, so is Wainwright.
All right, time for Built for Business, presented by Comcast Business. Today we're looking at Cardinals outfielder Stephen Piscotty's numbers in May. This month, he is batting .380, 8 doubles, a home run, 10 RBIs, and 15 runs scored. Comcast Business, built for business. This guy's a really good player.
No, he's a really good player. And if we think back to the first time we saw the St. Louis Cardinals, he was just starting to find his stroke. He's a big reason why many in St. Louis believe that this division is really going to be fought for. Now, the Cubs have the big lead right now, but they believe that they're better offensively because of Grichuk and Piscotty. And Piscotty has been on a tear since I think the last time we saw him, which is about a month. Again, comes in over the last week. He's hitting near 500. Uses the entire field, the all-field approach, as I like to talk about. He is that guy. You're going to find him in the 4 spot tonight when we see the Cardinals lineup. So that tells you what he's been doing. He's been all on it. Can hit velocity, hits breaking pitches, great balance at the plate. He is a big, big, young stud that the St. Louis Cardinals have absolutely invested in. He is their number 1 guy that they're going to start to, when the Matt Hollidays move on and the Yadier Molinas move on, the Piscotties are going to still be around.
All right, here is the Cardinals lineup.
There you go.
You got Carpenter at the top at third. Diaz is at short. Holliday in left. Piscotty in right. Moss at first. Molina, Grichuk, Wong, and Adam Wainwright.
Well, we talked about Piscotty, Matt Holliday back in there. He's kind of their guy. He's always had some success against the Cubs. Now, he's been struggling just a little bit, and they've had a few guys struggling just a little bit. The one guy I will point out outside of Piscotty is keep your eyes on Matt Carpenter. Man, oh man, he has been on fire, driving in runs from the leadoff spot, kind of like Dexter Fowler has been doing for us all season long. Carpenter has definitely been doing that for the St. Louis Cardinals. This is a really good offense. It's a different offense than we saw last time, and I love this matchup. It might be the big key to this series. When you look at it, their offense versus our great pitching, because our pitching has been off the charts good this year.
All right, we have to take our first time out of Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group. We hope you found a great place to settle in and watch tonight's ball game. But I'm betting not as cool as one man cave that we found. We'll take you inside the Ultimate Cubs Lounge when we return.
Cubs Cubs Pregame Live is presented by Fields Auto Group. Fields matters because you matter. See Fields first. FieldsAuto.com.
They treat you like you're their best friend or your family. It's almost like they can't do enough for you.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
I get a personal treatment here, and I recommend it.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I'm looking for the best price, and Fields gives you that. That's why we've bought so many cars from them.
Fields matters because you matter.
FieldsAuto.com.
Chicago's favorite spot for prime steaks, the freshest seafood, and world-famous Florida stone crab. Come on down to Joe's.
For small business owners, there's never enough time in the day. Carly goes from cooking for 3 people to catering for 300. Basically, we're her back office. Whether it's having flyers available at her venues, banners, posters, we'll be here to help tell her story. And she knows that. Carly knows that.
From printing to packing, shipping to marketing, together, there's nothing we can't solve. Go to a UPS store today to see how.
The Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation and the Bona family have teamed up to knock cancer out of the park. Order your Italian beef the Rizzo way, and Bona will donate to my charity. I'm proud to be working with the Cubs and the Bona family, 2 Chicago originals.
Order it the Rizzo way at your local Bona restaurant.
When you were 8, you wanted to fly. When you were 13, to be a rock star. At 20, an artist. All these years later, you realize you had it right the first time. The 400 horsepower Q50 from Infiniti. Lease the all-wheel drive Infiniti Q50 for $369 a month. Visit your Chicagoland Infiniti retailer.
Cards kicking up a 3-game series in the Lou this evening with the Cubs, and we've got the action for you just after top of the hour on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. All right, most everyone has a favorite place they watch the Cubs game. Besides Wrigley Field, it could be a sports bar, a living room, if you're lucky, a man cave. And Stu from the suburbs has a Cubs-themed man cave that takes it to a whole other level. The 400 Club has had visitors such as Kerry Wood, Tom Ricketts, Fergie Jenkins, and Anthony Rizzo and I will be there for an event this week. Check it out.
CSN, welcome to Club 400. It's about time you got here. This is my lifelong dream. I started this thing back in 2008 and finished it in 2013. And I'm a lifelong season ticket holder, and I can't go to all the games, so I decided, hey, what better than build the next best place to watch games other than Wrigley Field right here at Club 400. And one of my favorite items is this Cubs sign right here that came right off Wrigley Field. Actually, it was located right behind the Ernie Banks statue, right by the administrative offices. This is a true piece of Wrigley Field. What I like about this sign is thousands and thousands of people have gotten their picture in front of this sign. The cool thing about this place is like everything has a story behind it. 95% of the items you see down here, they were not bought, you know. They were a part of like a trip that me and my brother and my mom went on, or maybe when we went to Wrigley Field, we met a player and he gave us an item. But what's really cool is the memory behind the items, and that's what the cool thing is. Anybody can go out and buy something, but when you have memories behind it, that's what it's all about. Well, this is me when I was younger. Like I said, I've been a Cub fan since I was 8 years old. My mom used to take me on road trips, me and my brother. That's when I was a lot younger, better looking, and skinnier. But you see, I'm with Ryan Sandberg. Look at Sammy there. That's when he first came to the Cubs. So pretty cool. I mean, I've been a Cub fan since day one. This is my favorite view of the whole place down here. This is a custom Cubs bar that we took over a year to build. It has 50 bats in it, all autographed. And then, of course, the classic marquee up top. The cool thing about Club 400 is we have the ability to watch 6 different feeds down here. And we have over 11 TVs and a 92-inch projection. Yeah, this is an actual locker that came out of Wrigley Field, and I believe it was 1998. So this is an old school locker. As you can see now on CSN, been showing you the new Cubs locker room. They've actually, a lot different than this. But when Kerry Wood came over, he got a really big kick out of this because this is the locker that he had when he played for the Cubs. Another one of my great favorite items was a gift bought to me by Tom Ricketts, and he actually said, Stu, I'm going to add something to your man cave. So one day, right before opening day 2015, the Anthony Rizzo bobblehead showed up. Yeah, a lot of people ask me about, my wife and how she put up with this. The truth is, I actually met my wife at Wrigley Field during a rain delay. The Cubs actually never played that day, so rain delays aren't necessarily a bad thing. But I think she kind of knew what she got into, because I told her from day one that, hey, one day I'm going to build this crazy Cubs man cave. That's the first thing I did when I finished Club 400 was build that brick wall. The cool thing about that wall is it's bricks that they actually use at Wrigley Field. When the Cubs did the renovations and they actually put the new video board up, they had to trim the fall poles. This is a piece of that pole. This was an organ that was used at Wrigley Field for like 13, 14 years. This was Gary Pressey's organ. I mean, to have a man cave this cool is awesome, but to be able to share it with friends and family is even better. And to be able to put it to good use, such as charities all around. I couldn't be more happy and feel more blessed to be able to do those kind of things. So my goal is $1 million. If I raise $1 million out of this basement, which I will do, we're gonna have the biggest party you've ever seen, so watch out.
Well, I got to tell you something. I'm going to be out there on Thursday with Anthony Rizzo and Jesse Rogers. We're doing a charity event out there. That place is sick.
Oh, it's amazing. I'm telling you, I think we all wish we had that basement, right? And on top of it, the great charity work that he does behind it. It's all for a cause and all for a purpose. It's good to hear.
Yeah, really good to see. Looking forward to getting out there. All right, we have to take another time out. A Cubs pregame live presented by the Fields Auto Group. When we return, we'll each pick our key performer. I'm way behind. And Holly gives us his keys to the game. Cubs enter tonight's game having gone 24-7 their last 31 regular season road games, dating back to the second game of a doubleheader in St. Louis last September 15th. Over that stretch, Northsiders have outscored their opponents 171-75.
Why is Hyundai calling its Memorial Day sales event better than ever? Because better than everyone would just be rubbing it in. And right now, Hyundai is making 2016 better than ever with no monthly payments for 6 months.
They treat you like you're their best friend or your family. It's almost like they can't do enough for you.
Hello, I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We simply treat people the way we want to be treated.
I get a personal treatment here, and I recommend it.
It includes our free loaners, free car washes, and cafes. It's all part of the Fields Matters program.
I'm looking for the best price, and Fields gives you that. That's why we've bought so many cars from them.
Fields Matters because you matter.
FieldsAuto.com.
Wow, bear season was incredible, but it was absolutely freezing. So Wrigleyville Sports helped me warm up for bull season. They were on fire all year long. Then came the Blackhawks, and they got hot too. But now the boys of summer are back, and it's time to head to the south side. On second thought, it's a perfect day to get some sun in the bleachers.
Great time for a shiny floor wax, no? Not if you just put the finishing touches on your latest masterpiece. Timing's important. Comcast Business knows that. That's why you can schedule an installation at a time that works for you, even late at night or on the weekend if that's what you need, because you have enough to worry about. I did not see that coming.
Don't deal with disruptions. Get better internet installed on your schedule. Comcast Business. Built for business.
What's better about Hyundai's Better Than Ever sales event? This. and this. Hurry in today and lease the Tucson for $179 a month or the Santa Fe Sport for $249 a month.
All right, time for our award-winning Fields Auto Group keys to the game. Here's Holly.
Game of adjustments. Here's what we need to know. Now, we've talked about Adam Wainwright just a little bit. Here's what you want to watch for tonight. Now, one of those adjustments that Adam Wainwright has made is with his arm slot. He's dropped about 10 to 15 degrees on his arm. Coming out of his last start, he was looking for action down in the zone. He left a lot of pitches up, and as we know, was getting hammered. Now, Cubs haven't seen him yet this year. This is going to be an interesting one because he really does believe, I think his quote after the last game was, "I've become dangerous once again." Like, he believes in his sinker ball again. So we know that his curveball is huge to his game. It's going to be part of it, but it's been inconsistent, so we'll see where that's at. But pay attention to the sinker ball, see where it's at, because if, in fact, that curveball is inconsistent and Cubs hitters are sitting on that fastball, if he's not getting it down, there should be a lot of offense. The velocity still isn't there. It's 89, 90 miles an hour. So here you go. Offensive opportunities. Now, we've talked about this. You heard Joe talk about it a little earlier in the show. Runners in scoring position. Reminder, the Cardinals are the best team in the National League with runners in scoring position. Listen to this slash line. 299, 385, 16 with runners in scoring position with 20 homers. That's tops in the National League. The Cubs, now they've struggled a little bit. Now they put guys on base. They've taken their walks, 363 on base percentage, but only a 243 batting average with runners in scoring position. They have hit 16 homers, but again, it is going to clearly be one of those types of series and probably a game tonight where that situation is going to be key to the outcomes in these games. Listen, this is a meaningful series in St. Louis, no doubt about it. We've talked about bullseye on the back for the Cubs all season long. Now, for me, this series means an awful lot more to the Cardinals than it does the Cubs. I'm going to remind fans, the Cubs are 16-5 versus the Central. That says an awful lot. But again, because of the way they've been playing, 2 out of 3 would be a nice victory heading home after this series.
All right, time to pick our key performers. Holly with a 12-5 lead so far in the young season. Go ahead, my friend.
That 7-game lead's kind of like the Cubs and Cardinals.
It is.
7-game lead. Wow,
I
like that. All right, I'm going Anthony Rizzo. He's going to bust out tonight.
I'm going to go Chris Bryant. He's in the 2-hole. I think he makes life very, very rough on Adam Wainwright. And the crew is going with who, crew? They go Ben Zobrist.
Donald Duck.
All right, there you go. Steve Gardner's got Ben Zobrist. Thanks for watching Cubs Pregame Live, presented by the Fields Auto Group. Holly and I will see you after the ball game.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Some things are simply impossible to ignore. The strikingly designed Lexus NX Turbo and Hybrid, the SUV that dares to go beyond utility. Lease the 2016 NX 200 Turbo for $329 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
Nobody should go to bed hungry.
That's where our friends at Benny's Beverage Depot are going to bat for the Greater Chicago Food Depository.
Every time the Cubs leadoff man gets a hit, Benny's donates $100 to help feed hungry families in Chicagoland.
That calls for a toast.
Taking the hassle out of yard work just got even easier. During the Echo National Sales Event, get a pro-grade Echo trimmer or handheld blower for only $149.99 each, backed by a 5-year warranty. But hurry, these deals will be gone before you know it. So take back your yard with Echo.
With T-Mobile, you pay $95 a month for a smaller network, and monthly taxes and fees are always extra. With Cricket, you get an unlimited plan on a bigger network for $65 a month after $5 autopay credit, and monthly taxes and fees are always included. looks like T-Mobile's not all it's cracked up to be. And now for a limited time, switch to Cricket and get a $50 bill credit. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. From Busch Stadium in downtown St. Louis, it's the Cubs and the Cardinals. The Cubs on their third leg of this three-city road trip. And welcome to Cubs baseball here on CSN. Jim DeShays and Len Casper. Cubs have dropped the first two sets of this trip, losing 2 of 3 in Milwaukee and then the same in San Francisco.
And you knew it was going to be difficult to maintain the pace that the Cubs had set here in the early going. So the bats have gone quiet. That's been the big issue for this team over the last 10 days or so. And as you look at the numbers on the road trip, you can see they're batting just .206, 2-4 so far, losing 2 out of 3 in both Milwaukee and San Francisco. The pitching has continued to be rock solid, but just not scoring enough runs.
Cardinals won 100 games last year. They were the division champs. They're in third, currently 7 games back. Let's do a little comparison of hitting and pitching.
Yeah, it's a different Cardinal team so far this year. Last year, pitching led the way for St. Louis. This year, they're much better offensively. You see how they stack up with the Cubs' runs per game. They're dead even, the best in the National League. The slugging percentage, Cardinals hit a lot of home runs. They're second only to the Mets now in home runs hit. They do take their walks, as the Cubs do. And you see the Cubs have really outpitched the Cardinals. That's been the big difference so far.
And the Cubs have also played much better defense than the Cardinals this season. Great matchup on the mound. John Lackey against Adam Wainwright. And when we come back, Kelly Kroll will talk about the Cubs' long travel.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide.
Memorial Day is the unofficial start of summer. And when you visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer, the official start of something special. That's because we're celebrating Memorial Day weekend with big deals on America's best value. Like the award-winning Honda CR-V. Just $219 a month or 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. But don't wait for big deals on America's best value. Check out ChicagolandHondaDealers.com today.
Before earning enough cash back from Bank of America to buy a new gym bag. Before earning 1% cash back everywhere, every time. And 2% back at the grocery store. Even before he got 3% back on gas. Kenny used his Bank AmeriCard Cash Rewards credit card to join the Wednesday Night League. Because he loves to play hoops, not jump through them. That's the excitement of rewarding connections. Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
The 4,000 ASE certified technicians of Firestone Complete Auto Care prove a tool's only as good as the hands behind it. Right now, purchase a set of 4 eligible Firestone tires and get a $60 Firestone Visa prepaid card by mail. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Hi, David Kaplan, Todd Hollinsworth back in our downtown Chicago studios. We'll get you back out to St. Louis for first pitch in just a couple minutes. There was one afternoon game in the Bigs this afternoon. The Pirates hosting the Rockies in Pittsburgh in a scary moment in the second inning. Rockies pitcher Jordan Lyles hits Pirates pitcher Ryan Vogelsong right in the face with that fastball. Vogelsong down for a few minutes before standing up on his own power. He would leave the game on a cart, taken to an area hospital, is being evaluated. Team will announce more information tomorrow. Now, as for game action, Pirates led 5-0 bottom 5 when Alfredo Boskin lines a soft single to center. That drive will bring in a run. That's Pittsburgh's 6-run lead. That's his first big league hit, and they go on to win the game by a final of 6-3. Here's a look at the updated standings in the NL Central with the win Pirates moved to 5.5 games behind the Cubs in the division. Cardinals enter this series 7 back of Chicago. Brewers 12 out. Reds are 15 games off the pace. Holly, one big reason for the Cubs' lead, how they've done inside their division. Entering today, Joe Madden's squad 16-5 against the Central.
Well, I personally think it's one of the things that matters most. I mean, we're going to talk about offensive slumps and good offense and great pitching with the Cubs. I love talking about what you've done against your division. To me, it's one of the tells on what a team is all about. We try to predict the future. We say, can the Cubs win 100 games? Can they do this? Can they do that? Well, the one thing that you really want to pay attention to is how they play against their division. Not only do they play the Brewers, the Reds, the Cardinals, and the Pirates more than anybody else in baseball, they're direct connects, as I like to say. I mean, these are teams. It's a win for you and a loss from them. It's almost a 2 when you talk about how these things have played out. So even with some of these struggles and some of the struggles on this road trip, losing 2 or 3 in San Francisco, you don't have to overreact. You've got the opportunity to take care of business in your own division, and the Cubs have done that better than anybody in baseball so far this season.
You look at that Central, obviously the Reds are far up the track and they're going to move Jay Bruce, so they're not going to be making a run back in the division. Brewers handled the Cubs 2 out of 3 last week.
Absolutely.
This will be a good test to see what the Cardinals are made of now.
Well, I think it really is a huge series, but it's a big series for the Cardinals because of what the Cubs have done in this division, what the Cubs have done to the Cardinals here in recent memory. If they're going to contend and get back in it, again, the story has to change. They cannot continue to kind of play that wishy-washy baseball. The Cardinals enter the Cubs game, this Cubs series, at 3-3 on their homestand. It's a 9-game homestand. Now, they're looking to do some damage against the Cubs, but if they don't, it's been an unsuccessful, long, lengthy homestand for them. They're going to find themselves fading.
All right, that is going to put a ribbon on it from our downtown Chicago studios. Len and JD are next from St. Louis. Holly and I will see you afterwards for the post-game show. Go Cubs.
Staycation? No way. I need a real vacation. One measly week to bury my work phone in the sand while sipping some crazy concoction. Is that too much to ask?
Hey, we hear you. That's why we created AARP Travel. You'll get inspired by all of the tips and tools you need to easily plan a simple getaway or even the trip of a lifetime. So pack your bags and bury your phone.
If you don't think this is right for me when you think AARP, then you don't know ARP. Get to know us at aarp.org/possibilities.
Real meal for $5. 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 Finger licking, finger licking, finger licking.
Go take the trail less traveled and save on the gear you need at Bass Pro Shop's Go Outdoors Event and Sale. With great deals on gear for camping, hiking, and paddle sports. Plus free seminars and barbecue samples this weekend.
A real test isn't taken in a classroom or with a pencil. A real test is taken with your heart rate. It's measured in your breathing and with your fingertips. This might not make sense now, but it will. Ready, test, drive at your local Audi dealer today.
Welcome to Wrigley Field. Marietta's cruising along. Swing and a miss. And it is gone. We're tied. Rizzo gets on the top. He makes a catch. Got it. Caught strike 3. Jake Arrieta, a 20-game winner. Deep left, way back. It is gone. A 3-run homer. Cubs win. Cubs win. Cubs win.
Back here to St. Louis with our Coors Light game report. Cubs and Cardinals, a 3-game set opening up this evening here at Busch Stadium. It'll be John Lackey for the Cubs, Adam Wainwright for the Cardinals. And John Lackey, of course, the team flying in from from San Francisco last night, could have optioned to take an earlier flight, flying commercial, get in, have a few extra hours of sleep, if you will, but he didn't. He said the charter flight is the way to go. But these guys, as Madden would say, wearing it this evening, landed at about 3:34 in the morning, then bus to the hotel, so probably hitting the pillows somewhere in that 5 a.m. range, but all part of the grind. And I had a chance just a few minutes ago to ask Skip how he was feeling coming into this one.
Late trip?
Better, yeah. It was awful. Trying to get up was awful, but I'm garnering some momentum myself right now.
A lot of guys are out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, our guys, like I said, what could you possibly ask for anything more with a group of people? I mean, I know they're going to be ready to play tonight. I know that they're tired, but they'll fight through it and they'll be ready to go. I don't worry about them, man. They're beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful.
So the second win hitting them right about now, and I'm sure they'll feel a lot more rejuvenated if they can get after Adam Wainwright here earlier. It'll be the Cubs and Cardinals in the opener here from Busch Stadium after we get back from this quick timeout.
Rebecca told Taco Bell she'd fold 1,000 paper swans. Brian said he'd wear 55 pounds of salmon in bear country. And Patrick, he said he'd literally do anything. Fans promised to do lots of things to bring back their favorite burritos.
Oh, I was just kidding!
A promise is a promise, Patrick. Grab the cheesy double beef or the beefy crunch burrito for just $1. Fan favorite burritos. Get them before they're gone.
Come by Discount Tire this Friday and Saturday for incredible Memorial Day deals. Get Visa prepaid cards for up to $320 when you buy select tire and wheel packages with your Discount Tire credit card. Thank you. Discount Tire.
Pizza is perfect. Pizza with bacon cheeseburger on it, way, way more perfect.
Papa's Bacon Cheeseburger Pizza is back. And try our new Mushroom Swiss Burger Pizza. Just $10 each for a large.
PapaJohns.com.
With a curved ultra-high-definition screen, Samsung's SUHD TVs give you a brighter picture and the most brilliant colors for the best viewing experience. It's Samsung's best TV, and it's here at Apt Electronics. Available in screen sizes from 48 to 88 inches. Come see it today. Guaranteed low prices, unbeatable selection, and free local delivery. Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
The leadoff man is presented by Benny's Beverage Depot, and if Dexter Fowler gets a hit in the first inning, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicagoland Food Depository. Cubs and Cardinals, about 80 degrees. Nice night for baseball tonight. Jason Hayward may not appear in this series day-to-day. Most likely to be back this weekend against the Phillies, dealing with the right side bruise, and he exchanged the lineup card and got all the ground rules before game one of this series.
Well, in case he ever wants to manage, now he's got that part of the program down.
Derek May, former Cub and the assistant hitting coach, handling the Cardinal lineup card. And yeah, it's been a strange week in terms of start times. We had the 7 o'clock game in Milwaukee Wednesday. That was a 5-hour extra inning affair. Then the early start on Thursday. Fly to the West Coast. Play late night Friday. A little earlier on Saturday. Later on Sunday. And as Kelly mentioned, landed here about 3:15 a.m. And everybody probably hit the pillow around 4:30. Most guys I talked to slept in.
Yeah, I would imagine most guys did. You know, it's weird because you start this trip in Milwaukee, coming off a homestand, fly to San Francisco, and just as your body's starting to get acclimated to the West Coast time, you swing back here to the Midwest, and that's always the challenge. You know, you're just starting to settle in out there, and then you make the long flight back here. But that's the nature of it. That's what it's all about. So you just got to battle through it.
Cardinals take the field behind Adam Wainwright, and let's take a look at the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. They have lost 7 of their last 11. Not scoring a lot here, under 3 runs per game over their last 7. Fowler, Bryant, Zobrist 1 through 3. Rizzo, Soler, Montero occupy the middle. Javier Baez gets a start at 3rd. Addison Russell's had a tough trip. He's batting 8th. And the former Cardinal John Lackey hits 9th.
Cardinals defensively are deployed thusly. Holiday, Grichuk, Piscotty, left, center, right. This club has made a major league worst 39 errors. Aledmys Diaz, the rookie, has really struggled. He's committed 10 errors at shortstop. He's joined on the left side of the infield by Matt Carpenter, Wong, and Moss. Second, first. Yadier Molina's won 8 consecutive Gold Gloves. He's the catcher tonight in the Lexus Pursuing Perfection. Starting pitcher is the big right-hander Adam Wainwright, 34 years of age, 6'7", 235. He's made 9 starts. Really struggled early on, starting to put it together. 4-3 now with an ERA of 5.92. Strikeout rate is way down. His ground ball percentage is way down. When you think of Wainwright, you think about that sinker, curveball, a lot of ground balls, a strike thrower.
So you see the umpiring crew. And Wainwright has been winning lately, but still giving up runs. But coming off his best start of the season against the Rockies. And he's set to work, and here we go. A strike called on Fowler. That OBP of 435, that is the lowest it's been all year. That's how great he has been.
He got off to such a good start, and you know, there's no way it'd be impossible to sustain the numbers that he was putting up. Well, the batting average coming down some, but he's still having good at-bats. For the most part, just about everybody struggling on this trip.
1-2. Cubs are 29-13. 5.5 up on the Pirates, who won earlier today. Cardinals are 7 back. They're just 12-13 at home.
Yeah, they had tied for the best home record in all of baseball last year with the Dodgers. They only lost 26 home games all last year, so they're halfway there already.
2-2 Fowler lifts it in the air out into left center. It will be Randall Grichuk for the first out. Cubs won 2 of 3 here in April, including the NLDS last October. The Cubs have won the last 4 series between these two clubs. Here's Chris Bryant batting second.
And he's one of the Cub hitters who is not struggling on this trip. 292 on the trip for Bryant, 7 out of 24 with 3 long ones.
2 homers in San Francisco included. Chris is playing right with Baez at third, and that one got in on him and caught the bat for a foul ball. We want to welcome all our viewers watching on RTC in Rochester, Indiana tonight. Big leg kick in the 0-1 is softly hit on the ground to Colton Wong. 2 up, 2 down, and it'll bring up Ben Zobrist.
Pretty good work there by Wainwright. Starts Chris up and in with a fastball. Some life in on the hands, then goes to the cutter away to get the weak ground ball.
Ben, over his last 29 games, hitting .373. Ton of walks. Nearly hit a game-tying home run in the 9th inning yesterday in San Francisco. Santiago Casilla. But Denard Span caught it on the warning track. Here's the 0-1 outside. John Lackey was terrific here in April, facing his former club. He'd love to have a run or two before he takes the ball tonight. And Zobrist will give Rizzo that opportunity with a 2-out single.
talking with a couple of scouts yesterday, and they're just marveling over the play of Ben Zobrist. They're saying they think he's the Cubs' most valuable player. Not only just the production, the way he's performing, but the versatility, the fact that he allows Joe to move other guys around. And Chris Bryant obviously is doing that too. So you can move other guys around, and you're not sacrificing. You still, no matter where you put Zobrist, and he's played second base almost every day, but with Hayward getting hurt, he's had to move into the outfield.
I think the offensive versatility, right? The fact he's a switch hitter. You can hit him lead off. Second. He's hitting third tonight. He has mostly provided protection for Anthony Rizzo and Chris Bryant.
Yeah, now with the club struggling a little bit, Joe starting to mess around with his lineup a little bit. He's got KB second here today. Zobrist third, Rizzo fourth.
Ball one on Anthony. Just one for his last 25. We talked to Joe before the game. He said likes the effort, likes the at-bats. Said just we're not winning as much as we had earlier. So he doesn't have any sort of issues with how this team is playing.
Yeah, and I think, he talks about playing the game. He's talking about fielding, base running, decision making, those kinds of things. And he thinks his guys are still very sharp. Hitting rises and falls. Teams go through slumps. And they're just in a funk right now offensively. So as long as if you're not chasing a bunch of pitches out of the zone, you're still hanging in there, battling in your at bat. Sooner or later, it will turn around.
So he grounds out to Wong to end the inning. Cardinals coming up against John Lackey.
My experience with USAA is awesome. Homeowners insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance. I spent 20 years active duty. They still refer to me as gunnery sergeant when I call. Being a USAA member because of my service in the military, to pass that on to my kids, something that makes me happy. My name is Roger Zapata and I'm a USAA member for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Get an insurance quote and see why 92% of our members plan to stay for life.
T-Mobile hit it out of the park. We doubled our LTE coverage to cover over 305 million Americans. And our new extended range LTE goes 2 times farther and works 4 times better in buildings than before. Switch to T-Mobile for major league coverage today.
Pizza is perfect. Pizza with bacon cheeseburger on it, way, way more perfect.
Papa's Bacon Cheeseburger Pizza is back. And try our new Mushroom Swiss Burger Pizza. Just $10 each for a large.
PapaJohns.com.
Yeah, not us.
Nah, no reruns here.
Yeah, we have X1 from Xfinity.
Everybody crochet tonight. I think we'll just stick with our TV shows.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Get 4 times more TV shows and movies on demand with Xfinity. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
Cardinals Southwest starting lineup. They lead the National League, slugging .464 as a group. Matt Carpenter and Aledmys Diaz are a huge part of that. Holiday in left, Piscotty in right in the cleanup spot. Brandon Moss homered yesterday. He's at first. Yadier Molina hit his first of the year a couple of days ago. Grichuk's in center, Wong at second, and Adam Wainwright 4 hits, all extra base knocks.
Cubs defensively, Soler, Fowler, Bryant. Left, center, right. Third to first will go Baez, Russell, Zobrist, Rizzo. Miguel Montero behind the plate, and the Lexus starting pitcher for the Cubs tonight's the big righty John Lackey. Boy, he's been awfully good. A 1.86 ERA here in the month of May. For the year, 4-2, 3.31. 54 and a third. He's allowed just 41 hits. Very good strikeout to walk ratio. League hitting .217 against them.
You can do the whip right there, right? 53 hits and walks in 54 innings, so that's terrific. And as Carpenter digs in, Comcast Xfinity Homes currently experiencing some technical difficulties with CSN HD channel 201. This game is also available in standard definition on CLTV. Go to your on-screen channel guide or online csnchicago.com for channel locations in your area. So they are working to fix those problems, and we appreciate your patience. Lackey's 1-1. Carpenter hits it hard on a bounce to a backhanding Zobrist, who will throw him out.
Lackey typically very aggressive, throws first pitch strikes about 70% of the time. He has a lot of clean innings with that approach. In 6 of his 8 starts, he's allowed 2 earned runs or fewer. He had 2 clunkers. Other than that, he's been brilliant.
Well, the Cardinals lost Johnny Peralta in spring training with a left thumb injury. That gave Ledmys Diaz an opportunity, and he has taken full advantage. He's committed 10 errors defensively, but offensively has been on fire. And had been mostly a bottom of the order hitter until very recently moved up to the 2 spot. They put Piscotty in the cleanup spot. He had been hitting second.
And Johnny Peralta out on a rehab assignment, due back time in early June. Mike Matheny's going to have to find a way to keep this kid involved.
Called strike 3. And Diaz, Peralta, Carpenter, they can all play other positions, so you might see some movement defensively on their infield when Peralta's back.
Well, Laredo dropped down heater at 94 miles an hour.
Here's Matt Holliday. And he fouls off.
And he does because of his aggressive approach, he being Lackey. He gets a lot of first pitch swings, more than anybody in the league, as a matter of fact.
Matt 0 for his last 11 as he waits on an 0-1 and fouls down the right field line. Game winning home run in the first inning off Kyle Hendricks. That was April 20th here as the Cardinals won the game 5-3 and avoided the series sweep. He doesn't slug quite like he used to. Still a dangerous hitter. Takes his walks, 1 and 2.
And batting average has been falling of late. Just 2 out of his last 27.
And he went around, and Lackey spins a 1-2-3 opening inning. 0-0 after 1.
Visit CSNChicago.com for great deals on your favorite team's merchandise. From jerseys and hats to customized shirts and more. Get the latest trends for the Bears, Blackhawks, Bulls, Cubs, and Sox at the shop on CSNChicago.com.
Tomorrow, it's KB, Anthony, and Jason against Molina, Holiday, and Carpenter, beginning at 5:30 with Cubs pregame live, presented by Fields Auto. Cubs, Cardinals on CSN.
Danley's is offering you a free garage door opener with the purchase of any garage. With over 200,000 satisfied customers since 1959, Danley's is the best garage builder in Chicago for price, quality, and service. So call today and get your free garage door opener with the purchase of any garage. 773 Garages.
Building your garage with quality, depend on Danley. That's why we're #1.
Tackle any task or project with Gorilla products from Menards. Wood glue works great on soft or hardwoods and natural wood composites. An 8-ounce bottle of Gorilla wood glue is just $2.99, and an 18-ounce bottle is $4.49. And for a quicker cleanup, nothing beats a shop vac. This 10-gallon wet dry vac is just $49. Start your project outright with a stop at Menards. And don't forget Father's Day, pick up a gift card.
Save big money at Menards.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis.
She sounds hideous.
Well, she's a guy, so.
Another reason more people stay with State Farm. Get to a better state.
Second inning, Cubs and Cardinals. Jorge Soler will lead off, batting fifth in the Cubs batting order. Been in a nice stretch as of late. In terms of Jason Hayward, sounds like he'd like to have played tonight as Soler bounces out to Colton Wong. But I really think Joe's going to remain pretty cautious with Hayward, particularly with an off day Thursday. So I'm guessing this weekend will be his return. Friday, the unbelievable catch in the first inning. Looked like a shoulder, a collarbone, who knows what. Fortunately, he suffered a bruise kind of in the right rib cage area. And very fortunate.
Yeah, the way his head went into the wall, that looked like it could be a neck issue.
Montero fouls.
Yeah, so when we got the word the next day, 3 to 5 days, that was tremendous news. And as normally is the case, the players pushing to get back, and the manager's like, let's just kind of slow things down a little bit, make sure.
That caught the outside corner. Montero not so sure of the call by Manny Gonzalez. Let's see what Menard's Pitch Tracks thinks.
Molina set up way off the plate. He gives Gonzalez a good look at it. A justifiable strike call.
Breaking ball is hit into left on the ground, so an 0-2 mistake by Wainwright. And Montero is on.
Well, he goes the same way as Zobrist. A backdoor breaker, keeps his nose in there and shoots it the other way.
A reminder, Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Javier Baez 2 for his last 29. 78 degrees as we got started. Looking at the flags, the wind does not appear to be in play. Big night here in downtown St. Louis. The Blues are hosting the Sharks in Game 5 of the Western Conference Final of the NHL playoffs. As Baez sends a fly ball to left, Holiday will make the catch. Is it Scott Trade Center?
I believe it is,
right
yes.
Down the street. There's the struggling Addison Russell on the trip, 1 for 20 with 12 strikeouts. Wainwright working on a scoreless streak against the Cubs dating back to 2014. 24 innings and counting.
He only made 4 starts for the Cardinals last year before tearing his Achilles. One of those was against the Cubs, and it was very good. Scoreless baseball to keep that streak alive.
We saw him in relief in the division series against the Cubs.
He's 12-7 in his career against the Cubs. He's been far better against the Cubs at Wrigley than he has been here in his home ballpark.
Fastball is inside. And it's 2-1. Bounce to third. Carpenter to end the inning. Cubs with 2 hits early, but no runs.
Hey, Chicago, when did paying for airfare become so unfair? At Southwest, we believe in transparency. Transparency means we don't dream up ways we can trick you into paying more. It's why we still let 2 bags fly free and don't have change fees. So our low fares stay low. Just the way you like it.
Honda knows just because you're looking for a utility vehicle doesn't mean you're looking for adventure. But sometimes, adventure finds you. That's why these vehicles have available all-wheel drive to help you tackle the road outside with interiors to keep you comfortable inside. It's more than just utility. It's modern utility. Nothing compares to a Honda. KBB.com's best value brand.
Here in St. Louis, welcome back with your Coors Light in-game report. John Lackey, of course, facing his former team tonight for the second time, so I had a chance to catch up with David Ross today and ask him, does it get any easier facing your former team in your former ballpark? And he said, you know what? Not really. It actually gets tougher the more you do it. Not mentally, but the fact that you start to show them the few tricks you have left up your sleeve. And of course, they want to get after you, being former teammates and all. And guys, one guy who spoke about that before the game, Randall Grichuk, said he did not get to go against Lackey the first time around and can't wait to do it tonight. He said, if we can see some of that emotion that he's so known for, we know we're doing something right. So we'll see what Lackey has up the sleeve for his former teammates tonight.
Thank you, Kelly. He was really good here in April. He has now beaten all 30 Major League teams.
That was 7 shutout innings in that game. He struck out 11. One shy of his career high. Only had 1 walk, about 4 hits.
Stephen Piscotty takes ball 1 inside. 106 big league games over the last 2 seasons. And he's hit .318. Getting on base at a .379 clip and slugging over .500. A sizzling start to his career. 1-1. Fouled away. Some people, when they look at this Cardinal team, kind of this mediocre start, say wait till Peralta gets back. And what that does to their lineup and defensively.
Well, it's got to help defensively because Diaz struggles, and again, that's going to be the challenge for Matheny. If Diaz continues to swing the bat well, he's got to find playing time for him. Maybe he'll get some starts at second base, and they can ease Peralta back into the situation at short. Their biggest issue for me is pitching. Their starting pitching is way off from what they did last year.
Piscotty strikes out. The other part of it is Alex Reyes, a right-hander, is their top pitching prospect. He just finished a 50-game marijuana suspension. So he made his AAA 2016 debut yesterday. He could be in the mix not too far down the road, although it may be as a reliever. They may do the start him in the bullpen and then next year make him a starter thing.
Yeah, it's kind of been part of the program here for a number of years. That's how they worked Wainwright in at the beginning of his career.
Oh-2 on Brandon Moss. So John Lackey has beaten all 30 Major League teams. Brandon Moss has homered against all 30 Major League teams. 1-2.
Well, Matt Adams on the bench tonight, the other option at first base, and Adams has really been tearing up right-handed pitching of late. I'm surprised he's not in the lineup. Moss has seen Lackey a little bit. He's 4 out of 11 against him.
Swing and a miss. Strike three.
Everybody out.
Is he ever? 4 in a row for John Lackey. Time for our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms. In the overall, it's been great. I mean, they've got the best starter ERA in the major leagues. You know about Arrieta? Hamill suffered his first loss of the season earlier on this trip. John Lester didn't get out of the third on Saturday. Kyle Hendricks made one mistake last night, and that was it. And it was to the pitcher, Madison Bumgarner. But aside from that pitch, he was terrific.
Yeah, he was the walk to Blanco ahead of the Bumgarner double was an issue for Kyle, and yeah, he elevated a pitch up to Bumgarner, and he whacked it into the left field corner to drive in the only run of the ball game.
Well, Lackey is dialed in, isn't he? He has thrown 23 pitches, 17 for strikes. As he works to his former battery mate, and he just struck him out. Oh my goodness. He threw 3 pitches out of the zone in that entire inning. Strikes out the side. Has fanned 5 in a row. 0-0.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. I'm attorney Howard Ankin with legendary sportscaster Steve Stone.
And I know the right team knows how to win, like Howard Ankin Law Office.
If you or someone you know needs help with an injury case, I'm here to help. Please give me a call.
Put Howard's number in your phone right now, 312-6-million.
Welcome to Wrigley Field. And it is gone! We're tied! Rizzo gets on the top. He makes a catch. Cubs win! Cubs win! Cubs win!
Hi. I need something that can keep up with all my adventures.
Well, the RAV4 has available Sport Tune suspension.
I like the sound of that.
And great handling, so it can do just about anything.
Thanks, Jan. This is exactly what I'm looking for.
I know.
Do you?
Yep.
For a limited time, lease a new 2016 RAV4 with 0 due at signing, 0 deposit, 0 down, and 0 first month's payment. Or get 0% APR for 60 months on RAV4.
Here are your keys.
Thanks.
See you out there.
Sweet.
Toyota, let's go places.
This is it, kid. Righteous! Here we go. And wait!
Here we go. Wait, are you serious?
You understand.
I totally understand now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
What were we talking about?
Dory!
My family! I have to find them. They're blue with maybe yellow. That sounds right. Mom! Dad!
We should just pick 2 and let's go.
Dad.
What? I'm kidding.
Wow.
In 3D, June 17th. Rated PG.
And welcome back, everybody. We want to hear from you during tonight's ball game. Use the hashtag CubsTalk on Twitter. And be sure to follow at CSN Cubs all season long for the latest news on the boys in blue.
Adam Wainwright back to work against John Lackey. As we start the third, and a strike painted on the outside edge. Lifts on a curve. It's 0-2.
Both these pitchers like to work quickly, get the ball, get back on the rubber, get their sign, and get after it.
Wainwright thought he had him. Swing and a miss. He got him for Wainwright's first strikeout, but the story for John Lackey, 5 consecutive strikeouts after a ground out to start the game.
Yeah, and you see the breaking ball very sharp. A little slide piece there. That was funky, whatever that was. Changeup, I'm guessing. You saw him drop down. The velocity's been good, 94 miles an hour at times. He's one of those guys. He comes out of that bullpen. He's ready to roll. There's no easing into it for Lackey.
Ball one on Fowler.
If he was a horse race, you'd say he's got early speed.
Makeup game earlier today. The Pirates beat the Rockies 6-3, but the game itself became rather unimportant after Ryan Vogelsong got hit by a fastball near the left eye. As we check out our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball, this is hard to watch. Jordan Lyles' pitch up and in on Vogelsong.
Had to be carted off the field, but he was conscious and looked like he was going to be okay. But man, that is scary.
Lucas Duda is going to miss some time with the Mets. Lower back stress fracture. Clayton Kershaw will pitch for the Dodgers, and they need innings out of him tonight. He went 17 in a win at San Diego yesterday. Josh Hamilton done for the year. He'll have knee surgery. He never did play even one game with Texas. That is a fair ball as Moss will take it to the bag. Kevin Kiermaier of the Rays, 8 to 10 weeks. He's got a broken left hand.
Alex Gordon's got a broken bone in his hand.
A lot of injuries here. Two down, it's Chris Bryant. So for Josh Hamilton, it will be his third left knee operation in a calendar year. He's 35 years old. Next year is the final year of his 5-year deal that he had signed with the Angels. He has to be wondering if he's ever going to make it back.
Yeah.
One. Bryant. It's a top spin line drive right to Matt Holliday to end the inning. Midway in the third, 0-0.
We started with the class-leading RX. We gave it paddle shifters to help you command the road. A sport mode to help you control the road. And a sport-tuned suspension to help you connect with the road. The Lexus RX F-Sport. This is the RX Elevated. Lease the 2016 RX 350 for $419 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
Some said Wendy's 4 for $4 was the biggest thing since.
And now for tonight's biggest news.
The 4 for $4 now comes with your choice of a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger or the new Crispy Chicken BLT. It's the biggest thing until...
What would we be without our mountains? Without the things that stand in our way, that make us better. At Coors, our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. Lagered, filtered, and packaged cold. Our mountains make us who we are. Your mountains make you who you are. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Cricket knows the play that'll make you celebrate. Switch to Cricket and get the Samsung Galaxy Amp 2 for $19.99 or the Samsung Galaxy Amp Prime for $49.99. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
Hey, Chicago. Beer Money is on the move, and you can be part of all the fun. Join us for our next taping this Thursday night at 5 p.m. at Timothy O'Toole's in Gurnee. Beer Money, presented by Coors Light.
Cub fans, let's go. You don't have to wait until summer to enjoy your Fridays. Kick off the weekends with your favorite team. Tickets are still available for Hot Friday matchups, including this Friday with the Fightin' Phils, and then June 3rd versus the Diamondbacks. Get your tickets at Cubs.com. Do it now.
Bottom three Lackey and Wainwright battling here tonight.
A couple of big right-handers getting after it.
Grichuk off to a slow start. Recently dealt with some back issues. But he made a game-turning catch against the Cubs on April 20th. He took away a home run from Anthony Rizzo. Would have been a 2-run shot. And we showed you earlier the Holiday home run. That was in the bottom of that first inning. So instead of being down 2-0, the Cardinals went up 2-0 and ended up winning the game. Hits that ball hard, knocked down and deflected by Zobrist, and Grichuk has a hit. First one for the Cards tonight.
Sharply struck, been able to get leather on it, but couldn't secure the baseball. Otherwise, he would have had time to get up and throw him out.
Now Wong, the second baseman. And going back to the Peralta impending return, it does, as he got hit by that pitch, and now they've got 2 on, nobody out for Adam Wainwright. Will create some redundancies on the infield and add some more depth to this roster as Wong got hit on the front knee.
Well, first time that Lackey has had to make a pitch out of the stretch tonight. That one gets away from him, and now Wainwright steps up there, presumably to bunt, but he can really handle a bat, so you got to be careful here. Rizzo likes to really charge aggressively on this play. He might be a little less aggressive with Wainwright.
Well, he's already knocked in 6 runs. And he takes a strike. He's got 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run.
It's like a quarterback there surveying the defense, trying to find a soft spot.
Now, Wainwright is just a good player. He's won a couple of Gold Gloves for his defense. You see he's a career 200 hitter. And Lackey will take the out at first.
Cubs are performing on the field. Need your help to get to the All-Star game this July. Help send your Chicago All-Stars to San Diego by voting early and often. Vote now at Cubs.com/vote. You can vote up to 5 times a day and up to 35 times in total. John took a look at third base. Might have had a play there, but that's one, if you're not fully comfortable, you're better off making sure you get an out, especially this early in a ball game.
Baez in at third, everybody else back. And a strike.
See, Wainwright bunts us right back to Lackey sharply. Yeah, he had to play at third base if he wanted it, no doubt.
Carpenter comes in with the lowest batting average of his career, but the highest OPS because he's walking and hitting for power.
Yeah, he's changed the stroke a little bit. We've talked about the Cubs and how good they are at getting the ball in the air. They don't hit the ball on the ground. They have the lowest ground ball rate in the league. Well, Carpenter's become that guy too. He's more of a, when he first came in the league, was a line drive hitter. Now he's hitting for more power, hitting the ball over the wall more frequently, pulling the ball much more often. Always been a good 2-strike hitter. And a very good situational hitter. And so he's a guy that, he came into the league with a certain profile, and we talked about how he's made some changes, but he's a guy in this situation who's going to be willing to cut down his stroke, try to put the ball in play.
Sounds like a catcher they've had for over a decade, doesn't it?
Yeah.
1-2. Well, Lackey with 5 strikeouts against the first 9 hitters. Would love another one here. Diaz on deck. So you've got a base open. You don't have to give in, but you've got a guy next who's hitting about 350.
Could have been just a little inside, maybe. Yeah, there are a lot of hitters in this situation. You just tease the edge, you throw them that strike to ball breaking pitch they're going to offer. I'm not saying Carpenter won't, but he's very disciplined. There are a number of hitters you could beat with a bad pitch in this situation because they get greedy with a couple guys in scoring position. So when behind in the count, that's the pitch mix for Lackey, and you know he uses all of his pitches. Doesn't use the changeup that much, but fastball, slider, curve.
And he walked him, so he would not give in. And neither would Carpenter.
Yeah, 2 stubborn cats right there. Lackey didn't want to throw a cookie over the middle of the plate, and Carpenter wasn't going to swing at John's pitch.
Here's the rookie Diaz, right at 350. Came in 4th in the majors in batting average. He has already been a 2 wins above replacement offensive player in 41 games. Big spot here for Lackey. Bases loaded, 1 out. And with an offense not scoring a lot of runs, it becomes even bigger.
Yeah, so let's talk it over, make sure we're on the same page here.
John's last start, the Cubs won the game 2-1. He got a no decision. That was the 13-inning game. That's low. 2 starts ago, he lost to the Padres 1-0. So there hasn't been big margin for error.
And 2 starts before that one, the Cubs failed to score while he was in the game. So got great run support early, but not so much here in the month of May.
(1-0) hit in the air. Soler coming in. Grichuk ready to tag. Catch is made. Here comes the throw to the plate. It'll be cut off by Baez, and the Cardinals lead 1-0. The Diaz sacrifice fly.
Now, high fly ball gives Soler plenty of time to settle in behind this one, and he didn't really get behind it and get a lot of momentum coming into that throw.
So what's left is runners at first and second, and the batter is Holiday. He cuts and misses.
Sometimes the nature of the fly ball is such that you just don't have time to get behind it, but that one was in the air long enough, and we've seen Jason Hayward make that play on a number of occasions already where he's got a full head of steam coming into it as he makes that catch.
Holiday held that time 1-1.
Yeah, he's kind of drifting towards center field. He's licking the fingers, getting the hand ready, but he continues to drift towards center field.
Yep.
And he's off center as he catches that ball, so he's got to square his shoulders, and he doesn't have any momentum coming into the throw.
1-2. Here was Hayward.
So Solaire's a work in progress, and Hayward's a multiple Gold Glove winner.
Yeah, this was in April.
As he sets up and heaves that one home.
1 ball and 2 strikes. A little quick pitch. 2-2. So Lackey varying his delivery there from the stretch. Just a little slide step. Yep. Everything in this sequence down, down, down.
And they've been staying away from Holiday. The book on Holiday used to be hard stuff in, breaking pitches off the plate. The mistake, the spin that stayed on the plate, he would crush.
Well, they stayed in that area, down and away, and they get Holiday. Cardinals grab the lead, though. It's 1-0.
Memorial Day is the unofficial start of summer. And when you visit your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealer, the official start of something special. That's because we're celebrating Memorial Day weekend with big deals on America's best value. Like the award-winning Honda CR-V. Just $219 a month or 0.9% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. But don't wait for big deals on America's best value. Check out ChicagolandHondaDealers.com today.
Still got time to save big with Smart Bonus Cash from Ford. Now get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,750 cash and an extra $1,000 Smart Bonus Cash on Fusion, Escape, and Focus. Ford, America's best-selling brand with big savings. 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,750 cash and an extra $1,000 Smart Bonus Cash. But supplies are limited, so hurry while selection is best and see your local Ford dealer today.
Saturday night is soccer night as the men in red return to the pitch for an East-West match with Portland. Fire versus Timbers. Major League Soccer beginning at 7 on CSN. Spanish language broadcast available on CSN+.
Thursday night, join Luke Stuckmeyer and Kelly Kroll for a taping of Beer Money at 5 p.m. Timothy O'Toole's in Gurnee. Come out for the fun, test your sports trivia knowledge, and you could win cash that you could turn into beer. Beer Money, presented by Coors Light.
1-0 St. Louis. Cubs are 2-4 to start this 9-game road trip. Ben Zobrist takes a curveball up and away. And the Brunswick, Georgia native, Adam Wainwright. Story's been told a few times. Zobrist from Eureka, Illinois, grew up a Cardinal fan. But then again, his manager grew up a Cardinal fan in Pennsylvania. Once you put on that Cub uniform, it's a different story. Sinker misses the outside, and it's 2-1.
Ben was not heavily recruited. He was not drafted out of high school, was not heavily recruited out of high school to play college ball. Started at Olivet Nazarene.
And he turns on one and lines into right.
And then on to Dallas Baptist before being drafted by the Astros in the 6th round. And now he's just the best baseball player in the world. I mean, he's on base every time. It's unbelievable. It's like Roy Hobbs. Shift, don't shift. Doesn't matter.
So, you know, we go back to kind of the big picture stuff. You talked about Anthony Rizzo as the main ingredient. Maybe gets overlooked at times. And I agree with you. I think what Zobrist kind of represents is a little bit of a different approach to this offense. Fewer strikeouts, still taking a lot of walks. He takes off for second. And in the shift, it is Carpenter to throw out Rizzo. I think what Ben does best is all the stuff that we talk about this team does better this year. That is play defense, run the bases, make more contact, and have defensive versatility, right?
Yeah, so, every night you run out 8 position players out there. So, 1/8 of that now is this guy that brings all those things to the table. So it's certainly going to help the overall package. And you've got some other guys, Rizzo's that kind of a guy. He walks more than he strikes out. Hayward's a patient hitter. But there's just, there's been a little change in the mix, and he's the most glaring example, I think, of that change.
Yep. Curve taken for a strike.
See, when Anthony's right, when he's in a groove, I don't think you play hit and run with him. You just want him to sit back and try to drive the ball. But when he's struggling, he's been hitting the ball on the ground a lot lately. It makes sense to start a base runner. Maybe Anthony's able to score one through an open hole. The shift has been eating him up lately. Managers with struggling hitters a lot of times like to put on a hit and run play because it takes the thinking out of it. Just, hey, we're running and you're swinging. Cubs are celebrating Bud Fridays in the Budweiser bleachers all season long. This Friday, that would be the 27th, Budweiser will provide 90 visors to the first. That would be 90s visors to the first 5,000 early arriving fans 21 and older in the Budweiser bleacher. Non-bleacher tickets are still available, so go to Cubs.com/Fridays to buy yours today. That would be cheap if they just gave away 90 visors. They would be like, they'd have to be made out of money to justify.
Shot foul.
It's like a miracle. We're going to 90 visors to the first 5,000 people. Everybody gets to wear the visor for like 7 pitches, and you pass it along. Are visors a 90s thing?
I guess so. Throw to second close, but Zoe got back in.
Yeah, Wainwright's always been good at controlling the running game, especially for a big right-hander. Of course, you got Molina behind the plate, and he's the best thrower of his generation, so that certainly helps. But normally, 6'7" right-handers are easy to run against. That's not the case with Wainwright.
He got hit, and that was a fastball or a cutter that got away from him. Sinker.
It's a two-seamer, yeah, and he set the tone. First time through the order, he was working that fastball in, and these are some interesting splits here for Wainwright against the Cubs in his career. Far better in his starts at Wrigley than here in his home ballpark. About a run and a half better at Wrigley than here.
Montero went around. Similar spot, but he took that one at 93. 4-1, 1-1.
A little more life on that fastball for Wainwright than I anticipated. I was looking at his numbers earlier today. He's averaging about 89, 90 miles an hour with the heater.
On the corner. Again, we apologize for the technical difficulties Comcast and Xfinity homes are experiencing with CSN HD, channel 201. This game is on CLTV as well. And check your on-screen channel guide. CSNChicago.com for channel locations in your area. Although, if you can see us right now, that's good. Stay right where you are.
Yeah, Len said to change the channel. We better
change it. If you can hear us. 1-2, and it's now even.
Wainwright having a hard time finishing off Montero here. He has just one strikeout so far tonight. That was John Lackey back in the third, and he's not gotten a lot of swings and misses this year. He has the lowest strikeout rate in the National League among pitchers with enough innings to qualify.
Curve missed, and he's run it full. Send or no send?
I'm a send. It could be just because of what I just said, because of he's not striking a lot of people out. Montero, I think, I like his chances of putting the ball in play here. A big powwow about it here out in front of the mound. I mean, it's with a left-handed hitter up there, if you get a swing and a miss or called strike three, and with Molina behind the plate, he would have a real clean shot at Zobrist at third base. Miggy hits the ball on the ground a fair bit.
They are not running, and that ball shot out toward the gap. Zobrist around third. He will score. It's 1-1. Montero 2 for 2 tonight.
Good at bat by Montero down in the county. He hung in there, battled. He tried to go a little backdoor breaking ball, stays on the plate, and again Montero staying inside and shooting the ball to the middle of the diamond. Zobrist so active out there on the bases. I like to watch him play. If you're a young player, you come out and you want to focus on a guy to just learn how to approach the game, never take a pitch off. Zobrist would be a good guy to keep your eye on.
First and third. Cardinals will play it double play depth up the middle. Moss holds on Montero at first. And Baez bunts, fair ball, and
go.
Molina hangs on to it. Well, it looked like Wong was in the vicinity, but was he at first?
He was kind of late getting over there.
Yeah, so Molina just decided to eat it, and it's a base hit. Wow. Soler held at third. So Molina had two plays, second or first. And it looked like first was the best shot, but as you see, there's nobody there.
Yeah, you see Wong late coming into your picture there, but he's well towards second base.
So Baez fooled everybody.
Yeah, well, so Wong's pinching towards the middle because he's playing for a double play.
What are they looking at here?
Baez didn't square early, so that was the key to that play. If Baez squares early, Wong is able to cheat towards first base a little earlier.
Well, if the Cardinals were looking at video to see if that ball maybe hit Baez, if it had there in fair territory, he would have been called out. So it's Russell with the bases full.
Interesting how this play develops. He's just trying to push this ball out to the right side. He's actually behind him. Javier generating a lot of conversation with the bunt here the last couple of days.
Yeah, for sure. That controversial Dana DeMuth call last night in the 8th inning. Baez was called out for running out of the baseline. On the ground. They'll only get one at second, and the Cubs lead 2-1. Fielder's choice and an RBI for Russell.
Out in front rolls over on it a little bit, but good enough to get the run home.
First and third, 2 outs. Lackey looks at a strike. Two bounces to Wong, and that will end the inning. Cubs score twice, leave 2. It's now 2-1.
This year, my family didn't want to fight the crowds, so we went to Blue Harbor Resort. There was a huge indoor water park, plus there's the beach. Dad took us sailing on this cool boat, and we even had a bonfire. This is the best vacation ever.
What if you didn't have a car payment this summer? Would you go on a relaxing getaway or an exciting summer adventure? Well, the Summers on Us sales event from Kia is back with 0 payments due for 5 months, including your first 2 months on us. Plus, get 0% financing on the one-of-a-kind Soul or the high-tech Forte hatchback and sedan, all backed by a 10-year warranty. So spend your savings having more summer fun. Hurry into your Kia dealer today for the Summers on Us sales event.
Oh, looks like we missed most of the show.
Yeah, and there's no way to restart it.
With DirecTV, there is.
You see, we got the power to turn back time, so let's restart the show that started at 9. And while we're at it, let's give you back your due and give her back the guy she liked before you. Hey, that's the power to turn back time.
Get the ultimate all-included bundle. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Closed captioning of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by U.S. Waterproofing.
A little seepage in your basement is no need to panic. Count on the experts at U.S. Waterproofing to diagnose and repair the problem. For a free consultation, call 888-SEEPAGE or visit seepage.com.
Follow In-Game Live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Len and JD and our CSN crew from St. Louis, first of 3. We'll have tomorrow night's game on CSN as well. We'll start an hour earlier. 6:10 first pitch, Jason Hamill and Michael Wacha. And then Wednesday afternoon, getaway day, Jake Arrieta and Carlos Martinez. Cardinals will have Piscotty, Moss, and Molina. So there's got to be about, what, 60,000 sports fans downtown tonight watching Big League Baseball and NHL Stanley Cup playoff action.
Yeah. On action, a lot of toasted ravioli being eaten before the games here tonight. It's a big St. Louis thing. Toasted ravioli.
Yeah, it is. Oh, Piscotty got hit by a breaking ball.
Third hit batsman of the game. No intent on any of them.
That's a double play as Moss lines right to Rizzo, and he steps on the bag.
You see now, whenever a guy hits a little flare for a base hit, and players will refer to that as a thing of beauty, this is a pitcher's thing of beauty right here. He gives up a rocket after hit batsman, and boom, like that, he's got 2 outs.
So Molina will bat with 2 outs, nobody on for the second time tonight, and that's how you like it. Saturday against Arizona, he ended at 232 at bat, homerless drought. Big series against the Cubs in April, 5 for 10. Always seems to hit Cubs pitching, 311 in his career.
You know, the narrative surrounding Molina is that he really didn't handle the bat well when he first came into the league, but he's been a pretty good offensive player for a long time now.
Yes, he has. Not a good throw and safe. Oh, man. It should have been an easy play for Russell, but a bad throw. Is Rizzo all right? No, he just lost the ball,
yeah,
thankfully.
I'm not sure what happened here. Addison, plenty of time with Molina going down the line. That throws a sinker over there. Maybe he had too much time. Maybe he let that influence him, and he instead of turning it loose, he tried to goose it over there. Made a bad throw.
Just glad Rizzo's okay. Molina jogged down the line.
Yeah, he's breaking it down, assuming he's out. And I'm not so sure that didn't influence Addison a little bit. Like, well, I've got plenty of time here. And
that would have been a 5-pitch inning. So there's number 6, and Grichuk looks at a strike. Didn't him. Oh, and 2.
It's a little muggy out there tonight. It's a warm night.
And Lackey helps out a shortstop by striking out the next hitter. That's 7 on the night for Lackey. 2-1 Cubs after 4.
Hello, beautiful. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Hi, Anthony. How much did my discount double check save me?
About $150.
Done.
I don't have State Farm, but insurance, find me money.
I got you $1.
Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. There to help you with unexpected savings. That's getting to a better state.
Volkswagen Memorial Day is happening now, so get the ball rolling on summer with great deals at your Volkswagen dealer. For a limited time, you can get a $1,000 bonus on select 2015 and 2016 models, like the family-size Passat with best-in-class rear legroom, the sporty Fun-in-the-Sun Jetta, or the versatile Tiguan. So start the summer off right and visit your local Volkswagen dealer today. Hurry in and lease a 2016 Passat S for $169 a month, plus get a $1,000 Memorial Day bonus.
What would we be without our mountains? Without the things that stand in our way, that make us better, At Coors, our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. Lagered, filtered, and packaged cold. Our mountains make us who we are. Your mountains make you who you are. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Take home a game used or autographed item and help benefit Cubs charities. Cubs Authentics is the premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. The Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics to Cubs charities. Visit Cubs.com/authentics today.
Cubs carry a 2-1 lead into the 5th inning. Top of the order, Fowler, Bryant, Zobrist. Into right, diving catch, Piscotty. Nicely done by Stephen Piscotty.
Yeah, a lot of top hand on this swing by Fowler. This ball had some top spin, sinking in a hurry. Piscotty got a very nice read and break on this ball.
So 1 out, and it's Bryant. He has grounded out and lined out. Hit a seed at Matt Holliday in his second at bat. And a fastball right down the pipe. White Sox beat the Indians. Game 1 of a doubleheader in Chicago, 7-6. 3-run homer, Brett Laurie. Todd Frazier hit number 14 as well. Matt Latos is now 6-1. To third, that is just foul. Foul ball. So that win by the White Sox pushes the Indians 3.5 games off the pace in the American League Central. White Sox are 27-18.
Indians have been surging lately. Pretty tightly packed bunch there in the AL Central, except for the Twins, who are 14.5 back.
Two-two to Bryant.
You'll see how they're working Bryant. His first at bat, the very first pitch he saw was a fastball up and in. So they've tried to establish it, now working primarily away in this at bat.
Wainwright drafted by the Atlanta Braves in 2000, 29th pick in the first round. Traded to St. Louis prior to 2004. Following year, made his major league debut. And he walked him. You mentioned pitched in relief late in 2006. He became their closer. Right on through the playoffs as they won the World Series.
He's had an outstanding career of 125 wins, 70 losses, a 3.08 earned run average. Another well-earned free pass by Chris Bryant.
Wainwright had Tommy John surgery in 2011. As JD mentioned, missed most of last year with an Achilles injury. And the pitch over but low. He had 12 starts in 2014 in which he allowed no runs.
Finished runner-up for Cy Young on a couple of occasions, did he not?
Yeah, he has been in the top 3 in the voting 4 times. Cubs have 2 of the top 5 spots in on-base percentage. We'll see Odubel Herrera in the Phillies this weekend at Wrigley. Pitcher strike, 2-1. When we say pitcher strike, quality strike, average fan out there who may not think about strikes in that regard, what do we mean?
Well, if a hitter's looking for something to drive and a hitter's count like that, that's not it. You know, it's either on the corner, the bottom of the knees.
There's another one.
It's out of the what I like to refer to as the happy zone. You know, and you know, a guy like Zobrist who has such a keen eye, he's not going to offer it that pitch, maybe ever, but certainly not until he gets a couple of strikes.
So 2 very quality strikes in this at bat. Still 2-2.
And I think that puts the running game back in play too. If you're Joe Madden, if you want to, you can play a little run and hit here. Trust Zobrist to either put the ball in play or fight a tough pitch off. Again, you know, Molina changes the math. I think he would definitely have him on the move if he goes full here. That's something Wainwright's trying to avoid. A backdoor cutter, maybe. Looked like Molina asked for a changeup, and Wainwright shook him off. He doesn't use his changeup that often, but that's what a guy like Zobrist will do. You got to show him something different.
You
see Molina, the way he frames the ball, he sets up off that outside corner and he kind of pulls his right shoulder back to give the umpire a look. See how he presents that ball? That ball's off the plate. But by the time that, you know, that we get the freeze frame, he's pulled it subtly back into the strike zone.
Bryant goes. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks.
That's just good work by 2 real professional hitters. Good solid approach. Both guys not panicking down in the count. And Wainwright knows it. He knows he's not likely to get a chase there from Zobrist. So it wasn't like he was trying to get him to chase a bad ball. He just wasn't able to get that curveball back to the corner. Wainwright really searching for answers early this season. He struggled out of the gate. He's gotten better and better with his last 2 or 3 starts. His best start was last time out. But I think unless he finds a way to strike some people out, it's going to be a tough go for him.
1-1. Cubs took the lead with 2 in the 4th, trying to add on in the 5th. Curveball, Molina and Wainwright both thought they had it. And Manny Gonzalez didn't like it, so 2-1. Wainwright to the plate, and Rizzo breaks his bat, but a base hit to left. Bryant will score. 3-1. Anthony Rizzo needed that, and he picks up his 35th RBI.
Go back with a two-seam fastball running away from Anthony. Hits it off the end of the bat. Splits the bat in half, but he's strong like bull. Muscles it out there to left for an RBI single.
So they make Wainwright pay for the back-to-back walks. Here's Soler. Zobrist now at second, Rizzo at first. Swing and a miss.
Premeditated, perhaps? Cutter was never on the plate.
Wainwright has allowed 6 hits. He's walked 2. He's hit a batter, and that was Soler his last time up.
Cubs have faced some pretty good resumes lately. When you think about it, going back to the Giants. Now, Peavy obviously is not pitching well, but he's a former Cy Young Award winner. Matt Cain has had a great career. Bumgarner last night. Wainwright here tonight.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out on the curve. Well, just his second strikeout of the night.
And not a good AB there for Jorge. Didn't really make the adjustment. They started him with that cut fastball well off the plate that he offered at. I'm guessing the Blues just scored?
Yeah, I think so. A random cheer just went up, and then we heard kind of that goal sound effect.
Oh, 3-2.
On Montero, he's 2 for 2 with an RBI.
Let's see if they try to crowd him. He's been going the other way, one to left center. That time they get the backdoor breaking ball call. Sometimes a diamond, sometimes a stone.
And Wainwright gets out of the inning having allowed 1 run and trails 3-1.
Why is Hyundai calling its Memorial Day sales event better than ever? Because better than everyone would just be rubbing it in. And right now, Hyundai is making 2016 better than ever with no monthly payments for 6 months.
Taking the hassle out of yard work just got even easier. During the Echo National Sales Event, get a pro-grade Echo trimmer or handheld blower for only $149.99 each, backed by a 5-year warranty. But hurry, these deals will be gone before you know it. So take back your yard with Echo.
The 4,000 ASE certified technicians of Firestone Complete Auto Care prove a tool's only as good as the hands behind it. Right now, purchase a set of 4 eligible Firestone tires and get a $60 Firestone Visa prepaid card by mail. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
What's better about Hyundai's Better Than Ever sales event? This, and this. Hurry in today and lease the Tucson for $179 a month or the Santa Fe Sport for $249 a month.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Cold Hard Facts Sportsnet Central update. Coming up later tonight, we'll have highlights, clubhouse reaction from the Cubs after tonight's series opener against the Cardinals. Plus, White Sox and Indians play a pair on the south side of our city this evening. All coming your way later tonight on Sportsnet Central. Now, we go back to the Arch City. Here's Len and Jim.
Make sure you follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, on CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich, serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Chat with Patrick in-game tomorrow night. Wong, Wainwright, Carpenter, 8-9-1 against John Lackey. He's trying to beat the Cardinals for the second time this season here in St. Louis. Wong hits one a ton, way foul to right. 1-1. I was talking with Chris Bosio before the game, and he likes seeing Lackey pitch against his former team. Feels that he's the kind of guy who will channel that adrenaline in the right direction. For the most part, the Cubs have just stayed in line. They had a couple of rainouts, so Kyle Hendricks got bumped a couple of weeks ago. But other than that, you know, with the off days, they haven't really messed with the order at all.
Well, no, you got 5 guys that are pitching well. Why mess with it? You know, the talking points from way back in spring training was the hope was that this would be a very long season. Deep into the postseason, so you know they got a little slower start. The veteran guys did in spring training, held them back a little bit to try to save some bullets. So same thing here. I think any chance you get to give a guy an extra day, it makes sense. So they've taken advantage of those opportunities to do just that.
Yeah, normally when you hear a long season, that means bad season, but you mean literally a long.
Literally, yeah.
Maybe an extra month. Yeah. 2-2. Another broken bat. Ball rolled to Rizzo. Lackey over to cover.
Some good pitching going on here tonight, or either that or some inferior wood. Check out the EMC Legend Suite located on the Nuveen Investment Suite level. Not only will your group enjoy a gourmet food and beverage package, they'll also receive a pregame tour and a visit from a former Cub player during the game. For more information, visit Cubs.com/premier.
Wainwright with a sac bunt. His first time up. He's going to try to park one in the seats this time. Bounce to Baez. Backhanded play on the short hop. 2 gone.
That was a tricky little hop there for Baez. Didn't really have time to set his feet, to square up and get behind that ball. It was all about just good hands. Maybe caught a little bit flat-footed too initially.
Rizzo again to Lackey. Another 8-pitch inning. That's 16 pitches the last 2 innings combined for Lackey.
Dear Chicago, let's take a trip out of Midway to your favorite international destinations. With love, Southwest.
Honda knows, in today's hectic world, it's good to leave everything behind. But when it comes to your car, you want to get everything you can. It's why we put a multi-angle rear-view camera, text message reader, and dual-zone climate control standard in every 2016 Accord, with a redesigned body to match. Nothing compares to a Honda. The restyled Accord, the best-selling car in America.
And the #1 window and door company in America is
Feldco.
To celebrate this amazing achievement, Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest for 1 year.
On behalf of the entire Feldco team, thank you. And remember, 2 windows for the price of 1 ends Memorial Day. So hurry. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Every night, get ready for the most dynamic show in Chicago. Your city, your teams, your show. This is Sportsnet Central tonight after Post-Game Live, presented by GMC.
Welcome you back to St. Louis. Cubs on top 3-1 here in the 6th. And this is your Coors Light in-game report. Addison Russell due up this inning. It's been a rough road trip for the Cubs shortstop. 1 for 22. Did scratch across the run, that go-ahead run there in the 4th. But I had a chance to chat with him this afternoon and just discuss when he goes through stretches like this, where he starts. And he says it's all about film for him. He'll go back with John Maley and try to find a couple at-bats where he felt really good, whether it's timing, rhythm, something he's doing with his leg kick guys, and he says he'll start there and then he and John will kind of break that down, and it's all about the feel. He says right now he's just trying to get that feel by working out through these stretches here, but certainly something. It was good to see him scratch that run across there in the 4th.
Thank you, Kelly. Any little thing you can do to contribute and start feeling good about yourself.
Right down Main Street on Baez for a strike. 3-1 Cubs, 6th inning. Jammed him and he popped it up. Shallow in the grass in the outfield. It's hauled in by Wong.
And you'll notice watching, well, of course, Molina, he's been around so long and his pitchers really trust him. They like almost never shake him off. And he and Wainwright have worked together for so long now. It's going to be impressive to watch.
Pitch number 90 on the night.
I had a teammate, and you played psychological games with yourself in this sport. And I had a teammate in the minor leagues, Tommy Barrett. You probably remember his brother Marty played for the Red Sox.
Yeah, sure.
Tommy got a little big league time in, but as a minor league player, he was a real good hitter. His philosophy was he took his at bats in like 25 at bat buckets, and just his goal was to go 8 for 25. But once those 25 ABs were over, whether he was 12 for 25 or 0 for 25, that was done. So you can kind of move on mentally.
Right. And a lesser-known brother, Grin End. Curve is low. 2-2.
I want to go on the record saying I did guffaw at your joke. I don't know if people heard it at home, but there was a guffaw there.
Line drive, base hit. That's good to see.
Yeah, so he got the RBI, and now he gets himself a knock. And we say time and time again, a struggling hitter, a lot of times you're better off if you just think middle away. Just try to stay on the ball, try to shoot it the other way.
Carpenter already in, expecting Lackey to try to bunt, and he squares early.
Oh. Starts off good in a good athletic bunting position. Used to be, we were taught, and you still hear, if you're trying to prevent a guy from getting a bunt down, elevated fastballs, but I think breaking balls, especially a sharp breaking ball, I think it's harder to bunt. I think a high fastball is easier for a guy to lay off of in a bunting situation. You have to change the angle of the bat to get to the breaking ball.
That's a strikeout as he bunts foul on the 0-2.
Folks, join the Cubs season ticket holder waiting list. Do it today. Claim your spot in our lineup for season tickets. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Dexter 0 for 3, but got robbed of a hit. Nice grab out and right by Piscotty in the 5th. Tigers lead the Phillies 5-4, bottom of the 7th in Detroit. Interleague action.
Mets and Nationals getting together again, and the Mets getting the best of it tonight, 7-1. Middle of the 6th in D.C. Cespedes, Wright, and Walker have all hit home runs for New York.
If the Mets win that game, they'll be within a half game of the lead in the East.
So the Mets came into this game second in the league in home runs hit. First in the league in home runs hit, just ahead of the Cardinals at 3 tonight. Cespedes leads the way with 15. Walker's having a big power year. He hit his 11th. And number 5 for David Wright.
So the Blue Jays beat the Twins yesterday. Jose Bautista hit his 14th career home run in 21 games at Target Field.
Isn't he due to be a free agent at the end of the year?
That's very possible.
Right there. Twins might want to write him a big check.
The baseball joke there is always, but he doesn't get to face Twins pitching. Right? Yes, he is a free agent. Runner goes as Fowler fouls.
So you think it's more about the pitching than the venue?
No, I'm just saying.
Probably right.
It's a little of both, probably. And you had the John Gibbons note. Well, the Blue Jays had a wild week, didn't they, in terms of ejections?
Yeah, I think it was something like Sunday through Sunday. It was like ejected, suspended, ejected for Gibbons. Josh Donaldson hit a home run and then stared at the Twins dugout because they were not getting along, and so they threw at him in his next at bat.
Curve is low, and the throw on the money, but Diaz couldn't hang on to it. He might be hurt. I don't know if he jammed his hand or thumb. Trying to grab the ball as Russell was sliding into him. So Mike Matheny and one of the Cardinals athletic trainers will head out to check on their shortstop.
Yeah, it looks relatively harmless, but clearly he's in pain.
That last look looked like maybe the left hand was turned kind of, if you had your palm down, that thumb kind of going under, maybe tweaking his wrist.
Yeah, that's my best guess too. It's thumb or wrist.
Well, Russell's shoulder kind of took the glove of Diaz with it. He's going to tough it out here for now. Meantime, 2-2 on the hitter.
Second stolen base for Russell this year. Last couple innings, Cubs have really made Wainwright work awfully hard.
Missed again, ball 4. That might be all she wrote. Here comes Mike Matheny.
Wainwright doesn't want to make eye contact with him. He's talking with Molina as Matheny got to the mound and talking about what he wants to do with the next hitter. This is a bit of a gamble on the part of Matheny. He's got O out there in that bullpen, who's been awfully good. Tough on right-handed hitters with that slide ball. Bryant's getting his fourth look at Wainwright here tonight, and he's seen him well. Hit a rocket to left back in the third, worked a walk last time. This is just a manager deferring to a veteran pitcher saying, all right, you tell me you got him, I'm going to let you go. And it looked like they were trying to go back in, and it drifted back out over the plate on him. He just made the perfect pitch from his point of view, and Brian just spit on it, and that's very frustrating. He's thrown a lot of pitches since the fourth. He's working really hard.
I was looking at Bryant's numbers before the game. His great stats. He is at the moment having almost the exact same season he had last year, except for one thing: striking out less.
Yeah, way less.
Everything else is almost right on the button, and that's good.
Yeah, and he's hitting for power, home and road. Remember last year he had so many of his home runs at home. Right. He's hit as many on the road this year as he hit all last year on the road.
Rookie of the year last season. Tapped off the end of the bat. Wainwright will pick it up and just take it by himself to end the inning. Yeah, no sophomore slump for Chris Bryant. 3-1 Cubs.
There's a sound a ball makes when it catches nothing but net. Everyone loves that sound, that precision. At GMC, we get that. Nothing separates the men from the boys like nothing but net. This is the precision of professional grade. Now get this low-mileage lease on this 2016 Acadia for around $299 per month. GMC, we are professional grade.
Weeknights, don't miss Sports Talk Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan leads a roundtable on the day's hottest topics, interviews Chicago's biggest stars, and interacts with you at home. Sports Talk Live, presented by Chevy Silverado, tomorrow at 5 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Jack Link's Jerky presents Hangry Hacks.
A perfect ending to a storied career. And this for the championship.
No! I can't believe...
How heavy those clubs must be.
I'd like to carry them for the rest of the day.
Hack your hangry with Jack Links, the protein pack way to feed your wild side.
Throughout history, there are those who evolved to control energy, teleport, and even fly. Still others evolved so much, they don't even need to wear pants. With Hanes X-Temp technology, you'll stay cool under pressure, even when saving the world from apocalypse.
Wait, what now?
Hanes X-Temp technology. Because when you're cool, you're comfortable. X-Men Apocalypse in theaters May 27th.
Here's your Cubs' upcoming probables and game schedule, brought to you by Travel Wisconsin. Plan your fun today at travelwisconsin.com. Hamel Waka, Arrieta Martinez. All 6 starting pitchers in the series, right-handed.
Speaking of Waka, today is the anniversary of the release of Pac-Man.
JD on top of his Segway game tonight. Diaz tweaked his left hand or wrist on that Russell stolen base, but stayed in the game. They do not want to lose his offense. 1-2.
Pretty free and easy swinging in the bat there. This kid impressive. He really lets that bat fly.
Cardinals have 1 hit. That was a Randall Grichuk leadoff single in the 3rd. He would eventually score on a sac fly by Diaz. Gave the Cardinals a short-lived advantage.
Yeah, and that ball actually off the glove of Ben Zobrist, but you would never argue that it was a play that he should have made. So the scoring was correct, but Lackey that close to working on a no-hitter here in the 6th.
Fowler on the move for the out.
The best way to get to Wrigley Field is by using public transportation. The Cubs offer a free bike check. That's now located by the Addison Red Line station. And if you prefer to drive, the Cubs provide free remote parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. For information, visit the A to Z guide at Cubs.com.
Lackey to Holiday. Base hit, right field. Little flare.
Well, it's been a rough go for Holiday lately, and he punched out first 2 times tonight.
You referenced it in our open, JD. I mean, the tying run now at the plate. This is a team that can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of guys. You know, nobody's hit 12 or 15 home runs, but they've got depth in the lineup. They've got power throughout the batting order.
They're hacking away early in the count. Piscotty will pop out to Zobrist. 2 outs. That'll leave it up to Brandon Moss.
Check out those numbers. And, you know, he was good in April too. He had remember his first start he gave up 6, but you really, when you break him down, he's maybe had 4 or 5 big innings against them all year. You know, those 2 starts where he gave up 6. But other than that, man, he's been nails.
John Mozeliak will get any phone calls from any members of the Mets front office, right? With Duda going down for a bit. They've got Moss and Adams, a couple of left-handed hitting first basemen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't know if there's a match there, but
what would the Cardinals be shopping for? Pitching depth?
Probably.
I'll tell you, speaking of the Mets, the guy that's really impressive is that young Conforto. Saw him last year, but he's off to a nice start. I saw him the other night flipping around somewhere, and I watched one of his at-bats, and he got on a letter-high fastball and just rode it out of the ballpark.
Eric Campbell playing first tonight. In the air to left, deep but playable for Soler. And the inning is over. 7th inning around the corner. Cubs lead 3-1.
A real test isn't taken in a classroom or with a pencil. A real test is taken with your heart rate. It's measured in your breathing and with your fingertips. This might not make sense now, but it will. Ready, test, drive at your local Audi dealer today.
More lemonade, please.
Vacation's over. Welcome back.
Put the vacation back in summer. Enjoy a medium McCafe lemonade for $2, medium frappe or smoothie for $3, or any size sweet tea or soft drink for just $1 at McDonald's.
They say an old-fashioned is served in a 10-ounce glass with a maraschino cherry and an orange slice. Actually, it's served in a room with a brick fireplace and a deer head mounted on the wall by a waitress named Diane. This is a Wisconsin supper club. When you're having fun, we're having fun.
Cricket knows the play that'll make you celebrate. Switch to Cricket and get the Samsung Galaxy Amp 2 for $19.99 or the Samsung Galaxy Amp Prime for $49.99. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
Tomorrow, it's KB, Anthony, and Jason against Molina, Holiday, and Carpenter, beginning at 5:30 with Cubs Pregame Live, presented by Fields Auto. Cubs, Cardinals on CSN.
Tomorrow, join us game 2 of this series, Cubs and the Cardinals, and our coverage starts at 5:30 with Cubs Pregame Live presented by the Koalas family of dealerships right here on CSN. Final Boss is on. It's not a new network television show. It's a nickname for Song Hwan Oh. He also is known as Stone Buddha.
Stone Cold Buddha. He has been really good here for the Cardinals. Stocky guy, good arm. He can get to 95 with the fastball. Slider is his best pitch. Gets a lot of swings and misses, especially against the righties.
Well, quality pitches to Zobrist. 33 years old. Signed with the Cardinals for this season. From Korea, pitched a lot in Japan. And Zobrist pops it up. And it's Carpenter for the out.
So it was O against Zoe, and now it's O against Rizzo. Don't you know?
Well, John Sterling in there. I like that. What do you know? Robinson Cano?
Cano, yeah.
Right.
Robbie Cano.
Rizzo swings through a heater at 95. .357 career saves in Korea and Japan combined. Two bounces to Carpenter in the shift, and he'll get him.
Follow Cubs baseball live with the MLB.com @BAT app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com @BAT, the #1 app, for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
I guess the Cardinals had been scouting O as he pitched in Asia since 2009. To Soler.
Not a real tall guy, 5'10", 205. Very sturdily built, though. Kind of an old-fashioned drop and drive type delivery.
.5'10", 205.
Here's that slider. Right-handed hitters have a very difficult time recognizing that pitch. Spin a lot of clubs. Ooh, that's inside.
Oh, no, Manny. Cubs go down in order in the 7th.
I could get used to this.
I could get used to this.
The luxuriously transformed 2016 Lexus ES and ES Hybrid.
I could get used to this.
Once you experience this level of luxury,
I could get used to this.
There's no going back. Lease the 2016 ES 350 for $329 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
We are here at Benny's Beverage Depot, and Joe, let's talk about some of the humorous things in baseball. Not that it's humorous to have arguments between managers and umpires, but I remember there was a game last year where you said you were arguing with an umpire, and he said something like, "I may be bad, but at least I'm honest." You almost busted out laughing.
I did. I mean, I have to leave at that point. He says, "I might be bad, but I'm not doing it on purpose," something to that effect. I thought that was great.
This is awesome. Look.
Before taking his team to state for the first time, Coach Gilman helped his players keep their eye on the ball,
Ready to crush, here we go.
their head in the game, and their feet on the ground. And along the way, gave them a season to remember.
It's a little token. I'm so proud of you.
Share your favorite baseball memories all season long using hashtag MLB Memory Bank.
After the game, make sure you stick around for Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Cap and Holly will break it all down for you, plus highlights, player reaction, and more from St. Louis immediately following the final out right here on CSN+.
Matt Caesar is in for Soler in left here in the 7th.
Cubs bullpen has been on a very nice roll of late, but no need yet. Not the way John Lackey's going along.
Molina with a ground ball base hit in the right center.
Again, first pitch swinging. I mean, if you're a Cardinal hitter, why not? You throw so many first pitch strikes, you might as well go up there and take a whack at one. Especially at this stage of the game. Early on, you might think, well, let's take some pitches, see if we can get the pitch count up. But once you get into the later innings, that's no longer an issue. 71 pitches made by Lackey here, working in the 7th.
Grichuk pops it up. Cardinals continue to swing away early as Zobrist makes the catch. Left-hander Kevin Segrist.
Change piece.
One and two. Adams for the pitcher on deck. Molina with his lead at first, and Wong swings and misses. 2 down. First strikeout since the 4th for Lackey, who fanned 5 in a row early in the game. He's now got 8.
Change up, and then a couple of cutters or sliders to get Wong. Wow, so the big fella here is put him together a pretty nice year, and he's really doing a lot of damage against right-handed pitching.
And the Cardinals pinch hitters have been deadly. 26 hits in the pinch, leading the majors, 7 more than anybody else. 8 home runs, 21 RBIs to lead the majors. They're hitting .351 as a team, slugging .730. And Adams a big part of that. Cardinals losing both John Lackey and Jason Hayward via free agency to the Cubs. And they're in jeopardy of losing twice here early to Lackey. Oh, that ball is hit a ton to center. Fowler will not have a play, and we're tied. Nine pinch home runs for the Cardinals this year. 3-3.
That's an unbelievable number to do that much damage off the bench. And boy, John has been so sharp all night long. Has one get away from him. A little backdoor breaking ball. It settles right over the heart of the plate. About bell tie for Adams.
Ford home run replay. And Adams pretty pumped up. Yeah, it felt like John way outpitched Wainwright, but even saying that, it was just a 2-run ball game against a team that hits for a ton of power. Two and one.
Yeah, and the irony of it is, had John not been so good and so efficient, you probably have the bullpen working and you're ready to react, maybe with a left-hander there to Adams. But the way he'd been going along, Joe saw no need to have anybody up. Understandable. Just the first home run by a left-handed hitter against Lackey this year.
Swing and a miss on the changeup to end the inning, but the damage done. Pinch hitter Matt Adams with a 2-run blast, and we're tied at 3.
From lawn and garden to automotive, Menards has everything to help you save time and money. Pick up a ready-to-use gallon of Spectracide Extended Control Weed and Grass Killer for $8.97 to clear weeds for up to 3 months. And for a clear windshield, grab a pair of Rain-X wiper blades. These weather beater blades are only $4.99 each. Clear off your to-do list with one simple stop at Menards. Don't forget Father's Day. Pick up a gift card.
Save big money at Menards.
T-Mobile hit it out of the park. We doubled our LTE coverage to cover over 305 million Americans. And our new extended range LTE goes 2 times farther and works 4 times better in buildings than before. Switch to T-Mobile for major league coverage today.
Pizza is perfect. Pizza with bacon cheeseburger on it, way, way more perfect.
Papa's Bacon Cheeseburger Pizza is back. And try our new Mushroom Swiss Burger Pizza. Just $10 each for a large.
PapaJohns.com.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
A 3-3 tie. Matt Adams with a 400-foot-plus home run to straightaway center. And now left-hander Kevin Segrist will work for St. Louis.
Yeah, Segrist having a nice year, 2.65 ERA. He's cut that walk rate way down. He's only walked 3 in 17 innings. He's allowed 11 hits, 3 long balls. He struck out 25 along the way. A hard thrower. Routinely in the mid-90s, and a real good changeup. Does throw a slider as well, but you think of the Segrist, you think fastball changeup primarily.
Montero, Baez, and Russell. Pitcher spot due 4th, so we see movement in the Cubs bullpen as a result. Lackey's only made 87 pitches through 7, so I would not say he's fatigued. But you gotta score a run here in the tie game. And Adam Warren is up. Two and one. Montero making his 17th start. Recently went through an 0 for 21, but tonight he's 2 for 3. Three and one, and if he reaches, because of the 3-catcher setup, you could possibly pinch run for him.
And I like, leaving the lefty in there against Segrist. Kind of takes away his changeup a little bit. Takes away one of his best weapons.
There's ball 4. And Travis Wood has taken off his sweatshirt in the dugout, and he is going to run for Montero. So Travis Wood, the bases loaded walk last Wednesday in Milwaukee, and got the win that night. Will pinch run here, try to score the go-ahead run.
Travis pitched in the ball game yesterday. He's been pretty busy of late, so a down day for him. So down day in terms of the mound, but you see him out there at first base.
Cubs bullpen has been really good lately, in particular, and they're going to need them to be good again tonight. Oh, that got a piece of Manny Gonzalez. Says, just make sure my clicker is okay. Glancing blow off the mask. We have made a lot of progress, JD. Just a few years ago, trainer would never even come out to check on him. You just give him 10 seconds, and he'd say, "Yeah, I'm all right."
Catcher would walk out to the mound to buy him a little time. But
subconcussive blows, got to be really, really careful. And I think MLB's done a really good job making sure umpires and catchers are okay after they get hit.
And Mike Matheny knows all about that. He dealt with concussion issues. David Ross.
He told me last year there was an 18-month period at the end of his career he, to this day, does not remember. It's like they want some water for Gonzalez before we continue. I mean, think about that, a year and a half that he couldn't account for.
Yeah. That's scary stuff. Now, I wish I couldn't remember the last 18 months of my career.
But not for that reason. Yeah. Right. So the problem with these headshots is that most guys in every sport, they're going to say, "I'm fine," right? And that's why you have the quiet room where they do the tests. But just hope that later on tonight he doesn't have any other symptoms.
Yeah, and with a catcher as active as Molina back there, the way he moves around, he'll really slide well off the plate, and that leaves the umpire vulnerable. And you just saw a great example of it on that last pitch. Molina slid way over well off that outside corner, and Gonzalez was pretty exposed there. So Gonzalez has two options: he'll hold his ground or slide out there with Molina and perhaps have his, his concept of the strike zone skewed a little bit.
Wood will hold as Molina tumbled, pouncing on that pitch. It got away, and then tried to make a graceful recovery, and I think he did.
Yeah, he kind of does a little blowout and pops up. Somehow John Belushi comes to mind.
You got to stick the landing. Pulled to left, Holiday in, and he's got it. Russell 1 for 3 with an RBI and a stolen base. Working his way out of a slump. Tommy La Stella now in the on-deck circle. Check swing, bouncer to second. And they turn it. No, save. And I bet the Cardinals are going to ask for a replay here. Very close at first. Russell called safe to keep the inning alive. We'll see. Nope. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know that they can overturn. It look pretty good. Look safe-ish.
Oh man. Yep, he's going to call for the headsets, and this looks like the classic.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
50-50. Yeah, you get out of the inning. It's the Forsythe Technology replay review.
Yeah, this is like that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, right? This is the manager's lifeline. I'm going to use my lifeline here. I'm going to call New York. Throw just a little bit behind Diaz, maybe upsets the timing of that play a little bit. And that's in the other part. The other piece of it too is with the neighborhood play. The shortstop's got to stay home a little bit longer to make sure they have the ball and the base at the same time.
It looked like Diaz did.
Yeah, he did. And I mean, but the point being that, without that, he might have been a little more aggressive flying across the bag. Might have cheated a little bit. You see, there's no cheating going on there.
So the call likely stands. Stands are confirmed. They're going to stick with the original call. And it is La Stella for Lackey, who can still get a win. In order to do that, the Cubs would have to score here in the 8th. It's not going to happen as Grichuk makes the catch and the inning is over. Midway in the 8th, 3-3.
I am never getting married. Never. Guaranteed.
You picked a beautiful ring. Thank you. We're never having kids. Breathe.
I love it here.
We are never moving to the suburbs. We are never getting one of those. We're never having another kid.
I'm pregnant.
I'm never letting go.
For all the nevers in life, State Farm is there.
Hi,
I need something that can keep up with all my adventures.
Well, the RAV4 has available sport tune suspension.
I like the sound of that.
And great handling, so it can do just about anything.
Thanks, Jan. This is exactly what I'm looking for.
I know.
Do you?
Yep.
For a limited time, lease a new 2016 RAV4 with 0 due at signing, 0 deposit, 0 down, and 0 first month's payment. Or get 0% APR for 60 months on RAV4.
Here are your keys.
Thanks.
See you out there.
Sweet.
Toyota, let's go places.
Rebecca told Taco Bell she'd fold 1,000 paper swans. Brian said he'd wear 55 pounds of salmon in bear country. And Patrick, he said he'd literally do anything. Fans promised to do lots of things to bring back their favorite burritos.
Oh, I was just kidding.
A promise is a promise, Patrick. Grab the cheesy double beef or the beefy crunch burrito for just $1. Fan favorite burritos. Get them before they're gone.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan with our Comcast Sportsnet studios with the Sportsnet Central update. Pirates pitcher Ryan Vogelsong taken to the hospital after he was hit in the face with a pitch while batting this afternoon against Colorado. Team says Vogelsong has a left eye injury, including the orbital bone around the eye. His condition will be updated tomorrow. Stick around after the final out as Todd Hollingsworth joins me for the post-game show. Now we go back to St. Louis. Here's Len and Jim.
David Ross in to catch. Adam Warren in to pitch.
There's a second appearance for Adam on the road trip. And for the year, outstanding numbers, a 1.72 ERA, 15 2/3. He was walked 10, struck out 14. Now, walk number kind of gets your attention. But a lot of times it's just situational walks. He's pitching around guys, got a base open, or a situation where he's got to be real careful with a dangerous hitter. He's got very good control, has a real good idea of what he's doing out there.
So he'll face 2, 3, 4. Diaz, Holiday, and Piscotty. All right-handed batters. Cardinals tied it on a pinch hit 2-run homer by Matt Adams in the bottom of the 7th. Kick in the pitch, 2-0.
Trying to get Diaz to expand to offer at that slider off the outside corner. Now he's in a bit of a pickle, down 2-0. Has to make a pitch here to get back into the count.
Off speed for a strike, 2-1. John Lackey, 7 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs. He walked 1, struck out 9. Bullpen with an 0.72 earned run average over the last 8 games. 2 earned runs in 25 innings. Three times this year, including Saturday, the bullpen has gone at least 5 innings without allowing a run in a game. They did 7 shutout frames on Wednesday in Milwaukee, the 13-inning win.
Adam pitched one of those innings. That's the last time he worked.
Fly ball to center field. It's Fowler. So 1 out for Holiday. Cardinals closer Trevor Rosenthal is up. From the stretch with nobody on, the 1-0. So Warren behind Diaz, and same with Holiday. That's a strike. Cubs lost 2 of 3 in San Francisco over the weekend. The Giants, now having won 10 of their last 11, are hosting the Padres this evening. Drew Pomerantz and Johnny Cueto. They're scoreless in the second. Liner to right. It's Bryant. 2 down.
Well, Pomerantz pitched a very nice game against the Cubs at Wrigley when the Padres were in town. He struck out 10 in 6 innings. All the winning the Giants have been doing lately, primarily because of their starting pitching. They haven't been scoring a lot of runs, but they've been really pitching it well.
Tigers a final 5-4 over the Phillies. Miguel Cabrera with 2 home runs. They hit 4 solo shots and have now won 7 of 8. Has this stretch coincided with the Ausmus sweatshirt on home
meltdown?
Home plate?
Probably, yeah.
They're back to 500. Phillies don't lose 1-run games, at least very often. They did tonight. They're still 14-4 in 1-run decisions. One and one on Piscotty. Cardinals cleanup man. Ross.
Yeah, took a bite out of David.
Got nicked by that foul ball.
Well, that's the other part of it, too. There has to be a correlation between velocity in the modern game and concussion issues for catchers and umpires, right?
I think so. Called strike 3. So Warren works a 1-2-3-8, and not an easy trio to navigate.
Dear Chicago, let's take a trip out of Midway to your favorite international destinations. With love, Southwest.
Just announced from Ford. 0% financing for 60 months. And now for a limited time, get an extra $1,000 smart bonus cash on Edge and Explorer. Ford, America's best-selling brand, now with a great offer. 0% financing for 60 months and an extra $1,000 smart bonus cash. Supplies are limited, so hurry while selection is best and see your local Ford dealer today.
3-3 here, top of the ninth. Cubs will try to get it done against the closer in a tie game, Trevor Rosenthal.
He is 8 out of 9 in save tries so far this year with a .257 earned run average. He's kind of like Segrist, only from the other side, and maybe a little more giddy up on the fastball, but he too has a very good changeup. And so you see those similar reverse splits. He's actually been better against left-handed hitters than righties in terms of the batting average anyway. Rosenthal debuted with the Cardinals in 2012. Moved into the closer's role in 2014, saved 45 games that year, 48 saves last season.
On Fowler.
Dexter 0 for 4 with 4 punch-outs against Rosenthal in his career. Make a little contact, maybe something good will happen.
Home run swing that time, 1-2. Stacy Corey Caleb watching and hoping the Cubs can pull one out here late. Molina got hit on the mask. Wow. Fastball a little bit off the plate. Decision pitch here, and Fowler sends one into center for a leadoff single. So on twice in 5 tries tonight.
Well, yeah, Rosenthal aggressive with the 3-2 fastball and Fowler ready for it. And that's what happens when you have the reputation, an earned reputation of taking borderline pitches and willing to accept your walk. You're going to get some pitches to hit in counts like that.
A hefty home run leaderboard for the Cubs. Those were road home runs for the Cubs. The 0-1 to Bryant misses. Strike 2.
Pretty firm, 97. Got to get that front foot down early against a guy like Rosenthal.
Two pitch, called strike 3. Not much you can do with that, can you? 98 on the outer reaches.
Yeah, and then there will be those who will say, well, it's too close to take. Well, I would argue that why not take it, hope it's called a ball, and live to fight another day. Unless you've got an umpire back there that has proven that he's just going to be huge and you know he's going to expand, and that hasn't been the case here consistently with Gonzalez tonight. At times, yes, but not consistently, not enough to force hitters to go out there to try to make contact.
Zobrist. It's a foul pop out of play. Sellout tonight, 45,008. The 7th sellout of the season, and that's also with a jam-packed Scott Trade Center down the street for playoff hockey. Blues lost tonight, 6-3 to the Sharks. Fowler able to get back. Moss kept that ball out of right.
If he doesn't at least knock it down, Fowler standing on third base. There's that good changeup. 1-2. You know, you've made a quality pitch when you get Zobrist to swing and miss. Yeah, he doesn't swing and miss all that often, and almost never in the strike zone. Hooked, foul. Came back with the changeup. That one a little up, a little in compared to the last one, and Zobrist put a good swing on it.
Ground ball towards center. It's through. Fowler around second. On his way to third. He'll get there without a throw. Ben Zobrist with his third hit tonight.
This guy is incredible. 3 hits plus a walk. Ball running down and away from him. Right back through the middle. Good aggressive base running by Fowler. Grichuk thought about it. Would have been justified to take a shot at him at third base. With one out here in the 9th inning, he decided not to.
First and third, one out in a tie game. Big moment.
Cardinals opting to keep the infield back, playing for 2.
Fouled away. No exaggerated shift against Rizzo, although the shortstop Diaz pretty close to second.
You probably figure with Rosenthal's velocity, Rizzo less likely to exploit that hole on the right side of the infield. So they're more defending the middle. Molina was talking more to the infielders than Rosenthal in that meeting.
Fowler at third, Zobrist at first. And a 1-1 to Anthony. And that's going to be a double play as Carpenter makes a catch, and that soft liner doubles off Fowler at third. And we remain tied. Well, once Fowler got halfway to home, he was in no man's land. You might as well keep going.
Let's talk turkey. New premium carved turkey at Subway. This is oven roasted just right. Sliced thick the way you like it. You don't find this just anywhere type of turkey. With no artificial preservatives. It's good. Day after Thanksgiving good. Tastes even better with fresh veggies and applewood smoked bacon. Like on our new carved turkey and bacon sandwich. Handcrafted just for you. Now at the Subway Sandwich Shop. Fresh is what we do.
Volkswagen Memorial Day is happening now, so get the ball rolling on summer with great deals at your Volkswagen dealer. For a limited time, you can get a $1,000 bonus on select 2015 and 2016 models, like the family-size Passat with best-in-class rear legroom, the sporty Fun-in-the-Sun Jetta, or the versatile Tiguan. So start the summer off right and visit your local Volkswagen dealer today. Hurry in and lease a 2016 Passat S for $169 a month, plus get a $1,000 Memorial Day bonus.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
We remain scoreless as we head to the bottom of the ninth. Great chance for the Cubs in the top half. Dives with this little flare double play ball, and Dexter Fowler on third base. His responsibility to be aggressive coming down that line, give himself a chance to score on a ground ball. And as Len said, halfway down towards home plate, he just decided there was no way he was going to make it back, so he gambles. Hopes the ball's going to drop. It does not. The Cardinals get their double play.
Yeah, because once he made his first move, that hesitation, if he tries to go back to third, he's out anyway. And if Carpenter drops the ball, he can't score. So Warren will try to get this one into extras as Moss takes a strike. Strikeout. He lined into a double play and flied to left. It's like Pedro Strop has started to throw in the Cubs bullpen. And Jonathan Broxton in the Cardinal pen.
That ball's floated anywhere else on the infield. Fowler gets back.
Yep. Warren's 1-2. We'll try it again. Here it is, 2-2. Molina waiting in the wings. Popped him up. Let's see if Ross has room. He doesn't. That one hit in the third row. Swing and a miss. Change up.
Change up. That's why Warren is likely to be a good rotation piece at some point. And he's got multiple weapons.
Molina with one out.
Because Molina does not run well, that allows Ben Zobrist to play in shallow right field, almost like he was a pull left-handed hitter. He shoots the ball the other way quite frequently. You see the outfielders are shifted around that way, and Zobrist playing like a lefty slugger.
1-1 the count. Warren throws on a bounce to the shortstop. Russell, this time, no hesitation. Remember the last time, or 2 at-bats ago, Molina kind of jogged down the line and Russell made a throwing error. Not this time. 2 outs. And it's Grichuk. So while the Cubs could not get to Rosenthal, if they can get this one into extra innings, you can at least say they've eliminated the best pitcher out of their bullpen.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not just him, but Segris and 0-2, 2 other very good weapons, late inning type guys.
Cubs still have Strop and Rondon and a host of others available.
And they got a short start from Jaime Garcia yesterday, so Bowman out there in the pen probably not available. He threw 50 pitches yesterday.
Two and one. Clayton Richard now with Strop. Two. Deep drive the other way. Bryant back at the wall, and this game is over. Randall Grichuk, an opposite field home run, and the Cardinals walk off 4-3.
Never fun to get walked off against, but on a night like tonight when John Lackey was so good for so long, it just felt like a W, and this difficult road trip continues. Grichuk with the heroics for the Cardinals, showing very good power the other way.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say the Cardinals won a game they probably had no business winning, but a couple of big late home runs.
Man, that's what power does for you. Adams comes off the bench to hit yet another pinch hit home run for the Cardinals. They had a bunch of them. And then Grichuk felt kind of harmless. 2 outs, nobody on. Warren throwing the ball well. But Grichuk got him.
Toast of the game is presented by Binny's Beverage Depot, and it's Randall Grichuk. Final swing of the night. And the Cubs have their first 3-game losing streak of the season. Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Rosenthal gets the win. Warren takes the loss. And the Cardinals have evened up the season series at 2 games apiece. We're back here tomorrow, 5:30, for our pregame coverage on CSN for Game 2 of this series against the Cardinals. For JD and our entire crew here in St. Louis, Len Casper with your final score. Cards 4, Cubs 3. Stay tuned. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs postgame live is next.
Yeah, not us.
Nah, no reruns here.
Yeah, we have X1 from Xfinity.
Everybody crochet tonight. I think we'll just stick with our TV shows.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Get 4 times more TV shows and movies on demand with Xfinity. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
The power of NBC5 Investigates now makes a bigger impact for you. NBC5 responds.
If you have a consumer complaint, we want to hear it. I'm Lisa Parker.
Our team is ready to help you.
No phone call, email, or question unanswered. NBC5 responds.
Researching your concerns, recovering your money, and resolving your consumer complaints. Call us at 844-NBC-RESPONDS or email NBC5responds@NBCUNI.com.
Hey, I fix my heart and my broken bones. If I can stand up on my own, don't make me stand alone. Lift me up so I can see the light. When the sun goes down, I will lay in your arms tonight. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Your heart's been repaid.
You ever feel like you're spinning?
Like you're stuck in the same place in life? Just going round and round and round? Yeah, man. Been there.
No, actually spinning.
Oh, we can fix that by going to Midas. They have a great selection of tires. Sorry, Doug, I thought you were trying to get deep.
Nah.
Trust the Midas Touch. For tires, brakes, oil, everything.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Audi. Truth in engineering. Menards. Save big money at Menards. And by Toyota. Discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. This is Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Deep drive the other way. Bryant back at the wall, and this game is over. Randall Grichuk, an opposite field home run, and the Cardinals walk off 4-3.
Well, that was no fun. Cubs lose in walk-off fashion. Randall Grichuk takes Adam Warren out of the ballpark. The Cubs lose 4-3, 4-5-0. It's a little bit better than 3-9-1. Welcome into Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. He's Todd Hollandsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Boy, you're cruising along. Lackey's given up just 2 hits. Looks like he may throw a complete game. The pitch count is definitely down. And all of a sudden, you hang one, they tie it, and they win it on the exact same pitch from Warren that Lackey hung to Matt Adams.
Yeah, the same side of the plate. And again, every pitch in that sequence right there on the outside part of the plate. In fact, 4 of the 5 in the upper half away part of the strike zone. So Grichuk looking out across the plate there, gets the slider and does some damage. You got a dose of what the Cardinals can do. And again, the story, we think back to what the story was in April. as the Cardinal offense was kind of finding its way and coming along. They're a different team, and we talked about this in the pregame show. This is an offensive team. Their pitching is okay, and statistically speaking, you've seen them. Second in the National League with 58 home runs. Cubs out-hit them in the ball game tonight, but they come up with 2 huge home runs.
All right, third inning, John Lackey cruising, but a little bump in the road. After Randall Grichuk's single, he hits Colton Wong. Here's the single from Grichuk with the shift, and Zobrist can't make the play. And then I think the hit by pitch kind of changes the complexion of the inning.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. That's the first pitch he throws from the stretch. Remember, leading into this, the top of this inning, this is the third. He had 5 consecutive strikeouts, so he gives up the base hit. First pitch in the stretch, hits Wong. So it sets it up. You're at Wainwright. He can put up the sacrifice bunt, gets it down successfully, and you just kind of put yourself into a position where you now have runners in scoring position. And we've talked about what this game has been, the Cubs' offensive struggles. They get the sacrifice fly right there. This is what the Cardinals have done a lot of this year. In fact, one of the best teams in baseball with runners in scoring position. So they get the sacrifice fly right there, and they get the lead.
It didn't look like a great throw from Soler. You can see him eyeing it, trying to get set and make that throw, but he did keep the man from advancing. The run did score, but they were able to keep the man at second base. But that hit by pitch just changed everything.
Oh, well, it certainly did. And, again, John Lackey was in a great rhythm. Certainly, he struck out 5 guys in a row. The slider was working, 2-seam fastball. He had the ball dancing. Grichuk leads off with the base hit, and then he gets into the stretch. First pitch he throws off Colton Wong's knee, sets the table first and second, and nobody out, and it really does. Kind of getting back to the Soler sacrifice fly, even in that situation. And I knew during the broadcast they had kind of compared it to Jason Hayward and getting momentum coming in. That was a medium deep fly ball, and Soler's got a great arm. But a lot of times what happens when you get that really, really high ball, you find yourself right underneath it. So he got no momentum coming in towards that throw to the plate. If he was able to stay a little bit behind it, you think that he might have been able to get a little bit more momentum coming in.
All right, Cubs come right back with a pair of runs in the top of the fourth. Ben Zobrist with the second hit of the night. Similar to the Cards in the third, a hit by pitch opened things up for Miguel Montero, and all of a sudden the Cubs are in business, and there you see the hit by pitch. So things get rolling for the Cubs.
Well, it's good to see. Ben Zobrist has been in the middle of what offense the Cubs have been able to muster here lately, and Ben Zobrist kind of getting things going. You saw the bad meeting. I always find that very interesting when the guys huddle up and they go out there and decide what pitch to throw. They decide to go with the slider here. Montero, great piece of hitting, stays inside of it, drives it the other way as the Cubs start to battle themselves back.
And then here's a break. Javi Baez lays a bunt down. I think everyone thought it was going foul. He runs through the bag, and Molina has no one to throw to.
Yeah,
second baseman never gets over there.
Yeah, a little miscommunication on this one as you watch, because the second baseman's going to retreat. He's late to break. First baseman crashes, and then it's just a race to the bag. Even Baez gave him a little bit of a break here because he has to get out of the way of the baseball. He thought it was going to go foul and decided, no, it's not going to, and then it's just a race to the bag. Sets up the table because you got bases loaded. And a little contact right here. We've talked about some of the struggles. Not a bad situation right there. Addison Russell gets the ball in play. Cubs take the lead.
Yep, Cubs grab the lead. Soler scores, and now they have a 2-1 lead. Cubs would add another off Wainwright in the fifth after a pair of walks. Anthony Rizzo comes through in the clutch. He's been struggling. He needed this.
Well, we're talking about grinding out at bats, and we talked about that 2-seam fastball from Adam Wainwright. Good at bat right there. You don't care that bat goes down. Anthony will take it any way he can get it. Good piece of hitting, stays on it, drives it out the other way. Bat breaks, but it's an RBI single. And again, Cubs adding to the lead. This is a classic grind-out game for an offense that's been struggling. A couple of walks get this inning started. Anthony Rizzo, big base hit right there. So, guys, the vibe is starting to change until you kind of get to the Lackey inning in which he makes the mistake to Adams.
All right, seventh inning. This is the only mistake John Lackey made in this game. Matt Adams with a 2-run jack to tie. Look where this pitch is.
Yeah, that's a slider, and it did not slide. It hung out over the plate. It is a cookie set. You see it right there. It's about 86 miles an hour. It is a big mistake to a big power hitter and one of their hotter hitters coming into this ball game. Matt Adams had really been swinging the bat well. Their bench has been swinging the bat well all season long. They've been getting major production, and again, comes in, pinch hit right here, ties the ball game with one swing.
Yep, he gives a little look back to the dugout like, yeah, boys, take that. And it makes Cardinal Nation very, very happy. Cubs had a chance in the ninth off of Trevor Rosenthal. Fowler and Zobrist each with a single, and then a bad luck double play off the bat of Rizzo. But I want to know what Dexter Fowler's doing here. We'll take a look. Here's the base hit by Fowler. Then you're going to get a hit out of Zobrist. Here he comes. He gets the job done right through the middle. They can't make the play, and you're in business first and third.
Right.
Now, please tell me why I believe Fowler made a base running blunder here. Explain us what happened.
It's a bit of a do-or-die play, and I think that's kind of what again, I think there's a lot of ingredients that come into this. If the Cubs' offense is rolling, I think this is an easier read for Dexter Fowler. But what's going on is they've struggled. He committed. You saw it right there. If you kind of back it up just a second, you'll see the one step towards home, and I think he believes he overcommitted to going home. And once he committed, he said, you know what, if he catches it, I'm dead either way. And it's kind of what happens. But again, let me say this, it really does. It's a byproduct of the over-aggressiveness sometimes you do when, in fact, your offense is struggling. You try to create offense. The real question is, it's even as good as we've seen Anthony. We've talked about hitters not expanding their strike zone. You watch Anthony chase a 98-mile-an-hour fastball all over his hands right there. He wasn't down on the count. He didn't have to put that ball in play. It just kind of explains what's going on with this team right now. They're searching for offense. They're trying to make some things happen. You're seeing at times good at-bats, but when the pressure's on and when they kind of need it, it seems like they've expanded the strike zone just a little bit too much, and I think that's just a classic example of Dexter just being way too aggressive on third base.
2 outs in the ninth. Here's the walk-off homer by one Randall Grichuk.
Well, look in the upper left-hand corner. You see right there, that's 3 out of 4 pitches. That's 4 out of 5 pitches to the same quadrant of the strike zone. So again, whether we talk slider or fastball, hitters, that's kind of how you think along. He's pitching me to one side of the plate. I continue to look there. You fall into a pattern. Hitters will subconsciously start to look there because you're not giving him a variation or a different look. Everything was away from him right there. Gets the slider and drives it out the other way. Grichuk has been clutched before in the past for the Cardinals. Comes through with the big game-winning walk-off home run.
All right, time for our Elk Grove pitching recap from tonight's ball game. And, who was the better starter tonight? John Lackey. But who's to be without a decision? John Lackey. You see Wainwright, 6 innings, 3 earned, 7 hits. Lackey, 4 hits allowed, 9 Ks, just 1 walk. But the big mistake, the 1 home run.
Well, and again, this is a test for the Cubs. As they're struggling through this road trip right now. They're going to come back out tomorrow and find a way to win a baseball game. John Lackey, outstanding on his game. We talked about it a little earlier. Had that strikeout stretch there at the beginning of the ball game. You saw a lot of awkward swings from Cardinal hitters. But again, you're right. He makes one mistake late in his outing to Matt Adams, and that's just it. But you find yourselves in these types of games. David Ross has talked about it. The team has talked about it. These 1-run ball games, 2-run leads. Remember, earlier in the year, most of the wins that the Cubs were racking up were quite convincing wins. Wins by 4, 5 runs a ball game. We talk about the pressure that kind of gets played into this. So we talk about as great as John Lackey was in this ball game, Cappy, one mistake ultimately did him in with the hanging slider to Matt Adams, and you find yourself in a 3-3 ball game.
Lackey's been incredible in his career at Busch Stadium, including tonight's game. A 2.02 ERA, 169 in the third innings, just 154 hits. You see the K to walk ratio. And the whip, just money, 1.110.
Yeah, brilliant. I believe he's in a Cubs uniform because he was in a Cardinal uniform first is probably the best way to say it. We certainly witnessed what he's capable have throughout his entire career and how well he pitches at Busch Stadium. But John Lackey, he's a bulldog. Again, one mistake in this ball game does him in. The final line certainly looks like a solid one. 7 innings, 9 strikeouts. And he's in a really, really good spot. He's been throwing the ball very, very well lately. So, again, I'm in a position where you really can't put it on the pitching. I'm not going to do that. You just got to hope and expect that this offense is going to get a little bit better.
All right, time to go back to Busch Stadium. Brought to you by Xfinity. Here is Cubs manager Joe Madden.
We pitched well. We had good at-bats. Unable to drive in a run, obviously, really hurt us today, but it's another good baseball game. Truthfully, in games like that, you say, well, our pitchers only made 1 or 2 mistakes, and it beat you. And it's true. Johnny was fantastic. He was outstanding, and so was Warren. Warren was really good, and they hit 2 mistakes out of the ballpark, and we lose. We worked good at bats. We played really well in the field. We ran the bases well, and we lost the game. That's what I saw.
I think did Dexter just get caught off in no man's land with him?
Well, I think he thought, if it falls, I could score. It's really a tough read right there. In his mind's eye, I'm sure that he did not want to be caught on the bag if that ball did hit the ground. That's all. And so it's a calculated risk. It's a gamble. It didn't play out, but I have no problem with Dex doing that.
Different read, too, where they line the defense.
Yeah, he had to run a long way. Carpenter made a great play. They made a lot of good plays, but Scotty on the dive in center field also was a big play. But yeah, we did so many things well tonight and lost the game. We played really well, and I'd say the biggest thing was our inability to get hits with runners in scoring position.
You've probably been in these situations before where you do play well, but things go wrong a couple of days in a row or 3 out of 4, and it just...
Of course, and again, that's I leave here tonight knowing that we played a good game of baseball again, and I promise you that to me is the most important thing. If you keep playing like that, the wins will show up, the hits will show up, the ball's going to fall, it's going to miss somebody, but you don't change your course when you're playing that well.
What do you have to guard for, sort of emotion? I know you got a good group out here, but that was a tough loss, a tough way to lose, and you've lost a few lately. At what point do you have to guard against a little bit of a letdown or a little bit of a...
Just to make sure that they're ready to play and that they're still chirping like birds on a wire. I just look for that stuff before the game. As long as they come ready to play every day, I know we'll get back on another good run. And then eventually this will be a thing in the past. It's inevitable. Things like this have to happen during the course of a baseball season. You never want them to, but they do. In the meantime, you have to process the moment properly. And for me, we're playing good baseball and lost some really difficult games, and that happens.
Joe, until that 7th or whatever it was that the best you've seen from John maybe this season?
Yeah, he was really, really sharp. Did a lot of pop-ups, a lot of soft contact. He had 87 pitches after 7. He was really, I really thought he had a shot to complete that game tonight. I really felt that way. Combination of his stuff and the fact that his pitch numbers were in good order, and he just looked strong to me.
Probably the sharpest his breaking pitch was.
Yeah, everything was sharp. He left the one up to Adams, and he didn't miss it. I mean, give him credit, man. Comes off the bench, and I guess they've had several pinch hit home runs this year. Something they must practice somehow. The special recipe on pinch hit homers. But Johnny, again, we played well. We pitched well. We made 2 mistakes, paid for it. And I believe the fact that the game got away from us is our inability to hit with runners in scoring position tonight.
All right, there you go. That's Joe Madden down at Busch Stadium tonight. Adam Wainwright on the mound tonight. He hasn't been great. He's been better. He was pretty solid.
Gave his team a chance to win. I think that's the ultimate goal right now. I know we're not used to kind of talking about it that way. Adam Wainwright's had the Cubs number over years, but what you look at is this season in its entirety, he struggled. Now, his last start was a good one, and he gave his team a chance to win, and I think that's what you take out of it. You're a Cardinal fan, you're looking at that, and you're saying, okay, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 7 hits, 108 pitches, kind of surviving it. And again, that's the key to this. He is not the Adam Wainwright that we're used to seeing complete ball games with 10 strikeouts and managing pitches as well. Right now, he is trying to find a way to compete and get himself right. But when you add this all up, the first game of a series, it's a big start, it's a big win for the Cardinals.
All right, time for a break here on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. More to do. Holly and I will be right back.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
Something doesn't feel right.
Green lights across the board. What's going on up there?
No backup system, Houston. I'm flying solo here.
Does he have it?
I'm on it. Re-entry in 3, 2, 1.
Thanks for the care package, Houston. Dinner's on me. Just another day in the rocket biz. Oh, fudge nuggets.
What would we be without our mountains? Without the things that stand in our way, that make us better. At Coors, our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. Lagered, filtered, and packaged cold. Our mountains make us who we are. Your mountains make you who you are. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
You're not gonna watch it. No, you're not gonna watch it. We can't let you download on the go. You'll just have to miss it. Yeah, you'll just have to miss it.
No thanks, I have X1 from Xfinity, so.
Don't fall for DirecTV. Xfinity lets you download your shows from anywhere. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
I used to like that song.
No way, it's a Chevy.
It's the Chevy Memorial Day sale. Time to get the crossover that's right for you. Trax, Equinox, or Traverse.
It's very impressive. It's awesome.
This is incredible.
It'll be a good road trip car. The Wi-Fi is cool.
It's fancy.
I love it. Get more than you expect for less than you imagine during the Chevy Memorial Day sale.
Qualified lessees can get this Chevy Equinox LT for around $189 a month.
My gosh, I need this car.
This isn't just lumber, this is your new picnic table, pergola, or deck. Menards has the largest selection of red cedar lumber with more than 180 sizes available. Right now, an 8-foot 2x4 is only $6.99. Protect your investment with Woolman Durastain and Raincoat with Never Wet hydrophobic technology. A one-coat stain that provides excellent water repellency, color retention, and mildew protection. Save $6 a gallon. That's $30 on 5-gallon pails. Don't forget Father's Day. Pick up a gift card.
Save big money at Menards.
You're watching Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Time now, Anthony Rizzo, for our Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, and Plumbing. Who's hot and who's not? Who's hot? How about runners at scoring position this season entering the night? Hunter Pence, 346. That's earning your payday, buddy. Who's not? Brutal. Edwin Encarnacion, $170. 9 for 53 and 16 strikeouts. All right, welcome back. Cubs Postgame Live continues, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Time for our Honda winning box score. And I hate to say this. This one belongs to the St. Louis Cardinals. Not a ton of productivity there, but Randall Grichuk's 2 knocks and a game-winning walk-off solo home run in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs wins it.
Well, the 2 home runs, Cap, we've talked about it in a variety of ways. The St. Louis Cardinals offense is different than in years past and certainly going to have to be kind of respected that way. You've watched it and you saw it in 2 home runs. Again, the Cubs almost double them up in the hit column tonight, kind of grinding out runs, grinding out at bats, starting to kind of build some things, and 2 swings of the bat, and the Cardinals get a walk-off win.
All right, let's go back to Busch Stadium. Here is Cubs starter tonight, John Lackey.
On the Adams and
yeah, I mean that's kind of what, when you're playing tight, close games, low-scoring games like that, one pitch can be the difference. And, yeah, it was tonight for sure.
I feel like everything was working pretty well for you.
I think it looked pretty good, didn't it? For a little while. Yeah, I feel pretty good.
Is that the best you felt maybe all season? It looked like it, breaking ball wise.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but I felt really good. I felt like I was in control of the game, for the most part, and ran into one ball on me. And, had a pitch count where I wanted it. I mean, that's one of those you get out of there, you're thinking about finishing that one.
You put together a pretty good month here so far, really. Even with the one pitch tonight, not a lot to show for it. Is that just kind of where this team is
I've noticed, yeah. Yeah, it is.
A loss is a loss. I know you've been around long enough, but do these sting anymore when it happens kind of in this manner? I mean, like, it really is 2 pitches.
Yeah.
One home and that's the difference.
Yeah, it pretty much was. I mean, a homer's a good thing when it's on your side. You get points real quick that way.
The Cardinals haven't been playing up to their usual standards, but nights like tonight, you expect them to be there all the way until the end with you guys?
It's a long season, man. Yeah, they're a good team. They'll be fine. We got to worry about ourselves, man. They're kind of irrelevant. If we play our game, we'll be okay.
Is there anything to worry about right now? I mean, I know it's only been a couple of weeks.
We need to play better. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, worry, I think, is a strong word. I think we're doing okay.
People need to relax, like he said. Worry? I think we're doing okay.
Well, and again, I mean, his point's good. You want to play better baseball. I mean, that's just really what it comes down to. That's how I watch the game. I mean, the wins and the losses at this stage of the season, you're not going to overreact to. I mean, again, this is a team that's in control of the National League, certainly control of their division right now. They're playing good baseball on the whole. Of lately, they haven't. You think back to the Addison Russell error. You compound that with the slump, and there's different ways of looking at it. Can they play better baseball? Fowler at third base, sure. They're a little tight right now. That's a team. I just feel like they're pressing a little bit on offense, and maybe it's kind of carrying itself around just a little bit. They know how good they are. They're going to get themselves out of this. They've done it before. I think we've just kind of gotten used to, even going back to last year, that strong run that we watched in August and September to the start of the season. It has been nothing but positives, Cap. This is the first real, bit of a breakdown that this team's gone through as a unit now that they've played good baseball. Right. So, again, I just don't see a reason to panic. Do they need to play a little bit better baseball? They sure do.
All right, UPS Store taking care of business, player of the game. Holly and I in unison on this one. We're going with Ben Zobrist. He was magnificent tonight, and he was the key performer selection of the crew. So congratulations.
They selected Donald Duck, I thought. No?
So I tried to give him
Ben
that.
Zobrist. Great game by Ben. Again, watching what he does right now, it's just so impressive. I mean, using the entire field always. I mean, you think left field line to right field line, wherever you choose to get him or you attack, you double up on a pitch, you're going to flat out get burned. I mean, it is so much fun to watch. Had a base hit to left tonight, a base hit to center, a base hit to right, and a walk.
Pretty good night.
Get something going on around Ben Zobrist because he's in the middle of it all. I'll tell you, he was in the middle of it all once again. So he is off to a fantastic start, best start of his career. Great to see both sides of the plate, and look at those numbers. 420 is the last game that the Cubs played in St. Louis, Cappy.
Correct.
So that's dating back about a month. Since then, look at those numbers.
406 with 6 bombs. Hard to believe. He's been magnificent. Look at that on-base percentage, 508. All right, we'll be right back on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
What famous American has covered more territory than any other? Hint, it's not a person. One drive and you'll discover why Jeep is the most awarded best-selling SUV brand. Celebrate 75 years of endless adventure today at the Jeep Memorial Day sales event and get $500 bonus cash on 2016 Jeep Cherokee vehicles. Get 0% APR for 75 months or $2,500 combined cash allowance plus $500 bonus cash on 2016 Cherokee models.
Cricket knows the play that'll make you celebrate. Switch to Cricket and get the Samsung Galaxy Amp 2 for $19.99 or the Samsung Galaxy Amp Prime for $49.99. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
Tools are only as good as the hands behind them. That's true on the mound and at Firestone Complete Auto Care. To keep your car running newer, longer, you can trust the ASE certified technicians at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Honda knows just because you're looking for a utility vehicle doesn't mean you're looking for adventure. But sometimes, adventure finds you. That's why these vehicles have available all-wheel drive to help you tackle the road outside, with interiors to keep you comfortable inside. It's more than just utility. It's modern utility. Nothing compares to a Honda. KBB.com's best value brand.
Copa America Centenario. 4 incredible matches at Soldier Field. Get your tickets at ca2016.com.
Thanks for testing our new car service today.
Of course.
Our service is a little bit different.
Okay.
We charge by the amount of gas consumed. Since we traveled 5.1 miles and this car offers an EPA estimated 37 miles per gallon highway, your total is 31 cents.
What?
22 cents.
I can pay you cash.
The all-new 2016 Chevy Malibu LT.
Qualified lessees can get this impressive all-new 2016 Chevy Malibu LT for around $199 a month.
Hey, Cubs fans, show your team pride with Cubs checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card like Holly has, only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC. All right, welcome back. Let's look back at Holly's Keys from the pregame show, sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
All right, well, game of adjustments. That's where we started. Again, this was really talking about Adam Wainwright. His little bit of a different arm angle. Now, you did see it again tonight, but I thought the at-bats were grindy. You know, guys were trying to stick things together, get some walks going. He did score 3 runs off Wainwright. All things considered, I think we probably were hoping for a little bit more. But the fact that the Cubs offense has been struggling just a little bit, not a bad approach. So Wainwright gets through 6 innings. Sure, maybe we were hoping for a little bit more, but listen, you had the lead going late. You got to feel good about that. Offensive opportunities, really just talking about the difference between the Cardinals and the Cubs with runners in scoring position. You heard Joe Madden during his post-game comments talk all about it. That is the one thing he said and said, we did not do a good enough job with runners in scoring position. Now, the Cubs were 3 for 9. They gave themselves multiple opportunities, but again, you got to come through with some of those opportunities. Didn't do quite a good enough job. They didn't add on to that 3-1 lead and make something happen, and we make this a little more out of reach. Last one was meaningful series in the STL. Really, I think this is more about the Cardinals than it is about the Cubs. These are kind of these statement games. But the Cubs kind of a bit of a gut check just because they've been struggling a little bit. I mean, you saw that the emotion and the passion from Matt Adams running around first base when he tied that thing up with the pinch hit home run, and obviously the emotion that's attached to the walk-off home run right there. So everybody knows how good this Cubs team is. So do the St. Louis Cardinals. They're trying to kind of find their way right now as they've been hovering around 500. This is a big series for them, not nearly as much for the Cubs. But again, you want to play well in St. Louis.
All right, let's check out the pitching matchup, Todd, for tomorrow's Game 2. Jason Hamill gets to start for the Cubs against Michael Wacha. We'll have that game for you right here on CSN 5:30 pregame.
Well, again, I think it's still another favorable matchup. Jason's been throwing the ball particularly well. Michael Wacha has been having his struggles this year, so it's kind of a setup of what we, in a lot of ways, talked about tonight. One of those matchups where you feel like if the offense can get going, Wacha's made some mistakes out over the plate and you get some things done. Hamill's been locked in and dealing of late, so let's hope that he brings it again tomorrow. You got to watch out for that Cardinals offense. They do have some power in it.
All right, thank you for watching Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. For our great crew, Todd Hollandsworth, I'm David Kaplan. See you tomorrow afternoon, 5:30 pregame.
No way, it's a Chevy.
It's the Chevy Memorial